A single, seemingly inconsequential signature on a faded mortgage document from 1978 would eventually lead to the silent collapse of a financial empire built on shadows. How could a man, known as the Professor for his unparalleled intellect and impenetrable systems, be brought down by a slip of paper he barely remembered signing decades ago? Elias Thorne was never a man of the streets. He didn't wear the flash suits, nor did he carry the menacing aura of the muscle-bound enforcers. Instead, his world was one of numbers, ledgers, and the labyrinthine corridors of international finance. Operating from a tastefully understated office overlooking Manhattan, Thorne was the quiet architect behind one of the most sophisticated money laundering operations the city had ever seen. For two prominent families, the Morettas and the Capellas, he transformed illicit cash from racketeering, illegal gambling, and union coercions into legitimate investments. Hotels in the Caribbean, real estate in Europe, and seemingly legitimate holding companies scattered across continents. You might have walked past one of his legitimate-looking businesses on any given day, unaware it was merely another node in his vast, shadowy network. Thorne's genius lay not just in his understanding of tax law and offshore havens, but in his psychology. He understood that true power, for those who operated outside the law, wasn't about public displays of force, but about impenetrable obscurity. He never threatened directly. His coercion was soft, financial. A failing business could suddenly find itself with an unexpected, generous investor who, in return, simply asked for a small favor, a signature here, a property transfer there, tying them inextricably into the web. This quiet dominance extended to his own operations. His subordinates were loyal not out of fear of violence, but out of immense financial incentive and the belief that Thorne's systems were flawless, protecting them all. For nearly 2 decades, the Professor was untouchable. Federal agents knew his name, whispered it in hushed tones, but couldn't lay a finger on him. His paper trail vanished into shell companies within shell companies, each transaction meticulously designed to appear random and unconnected. He built his empire on the principle of distributed risk, ensuring no single point of failure. The families he served grew richer, more powerful, and increasingly reliant on his silent expertise. He was the quiet backbone, the one who made the illicit gains viable for future generations, transforming dirty money into generational wealth. But the very meticulousness that protected Thorne also contained the seeds of his undoing. Every detail, every minor document was filed away, a testament to his obsessive need for order. This was where Special Agent Lena Hansen came in. She wasn't looking for Thorne directly. She was following the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the financial markets, a ripple effect from a decade-old scheme involving a failing real estate trust in Miami. Her investigation was a slow burn, a quiet obsession, much like Thorne's own work. She didn't raid. She read. She didn't interrogate. She traced. Her breakthrough came not from a snitch or a grand jury indictment, but from an elderly woman in Florida whose small, legitimate business had been unwittingly caught in Thorne's web years ago. The woman, confused by a decades-old lien on her property, presented Agent Hansen with that faded mortgage document. It was a fragment, a piece of a puzzle, but it contained a subtle irregularity in the notary stamp, a tiny detail only someone with Thorne's level of financial artistry would have overlooked as too minor to matter. This seemingly insignificant error became the first thread in Thorne's tightly woven tapestry that could be pulled without tearing the whole thing apart. Agent Hansen spent months, then years quietly pulling. Each small, legitimate business caught in Thorne's past schemes, each seemingly innocuous transaction, was re-examined. She connected the dots not through witness testimonies, but through the silent language of ledgers, property deeds, and bank transfers, many of which had been archived and forgotten by everyone but Thorne himself. She built her case on patterns, anomalies, and the subtle, telltale signs of a single, brilliant mind orchestrating a vast, interconnected network of financial deception. The pattern of soft coercion, of quiet acquisitions and unexpected loans, began to emerge not as isolated incidents, but as Thorne's signature. The moment it all unraveled for Elias Thorne wasn't a dramatic showdown. There was no chase, no shouting. He was simply leaving his downtown office one Tuesday afternoon, umbrella in hand, when two impeccably dressed agents approached him. They presented a federal warrant for his arrest, not for murder or racketeering, but for an intricate web of tax fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy to defraud the United States government. The charges, detailed in hundreds of pages of financial forensics, linked him to transactions across 3 continents and implicated the very foundations of the families he served. Thorne, the man who had always prided himself on being steps ahead, on operating in plain sight yet remaining invisible, simply nodded. He understood. His quiet empire had been undone not by a sudden explosion, but by the patient, relentless pulling of a single, forgotten thread. The chilling silence of an empty warehouse on the docks of Naples, broken only by the lapping of water against distant boats, marked the unexpected end of a long-standing alliance between 2 powerful families. How could a bond forged in decades of shared illicit ventures, a bond thought unbreakable, dissolve so completely over something as seemingly insignificant as a misdirected shipment of olive oil? Vincenzo the Serpent Rossi, a man whose quiet demeanor belied a mind as sharp and intricate as any watchmaker's, had spent a lifetime building his reputation in the shadowy underbelly of Naples. Unlike the boisterous, often violent figures of his era, Vincenzo preferred whispers to shouts, intricate schemes to blunt force. His empire wasn't built on bloodshed, but on the precise manipulation of supply chains, the control of ports, and the subtle influence over local businesses. From the bustling fish markets to the vineyards dotting the Neapolitan countryside, his touch was everywhere, unseen yet undeniable. His most vital partner in this quiet dominion was the Bellini family, particularly Marco Bellini, a man whose jovial exterior masked a shrewd business acumen equally adept at navigating both legitimate import-export and clandestine operations. For years, their families thrived, their fortunes intertwined like the roots of ancient olive trees. Their collaboration was a masterclass in silent control. Rossi handled the logistics, ensuring goods, both legal and illegal, moved seamlessly through customs. Bellini, with his extensive network of distributors and seemingly legitimate front companies, ensured the products reached their destination, laundered the profits, and reinvested them into ever more diversified ventures. They held a near monopoly on certain agricultural imports, leveraging their positions to introduce other, less wholesome commodities into the market. Their power wasn't proclaimed. It was felt, a gentle, persistent pressure on anyone who dared to operate without their silent approval. You might have bought a bottle of fine olive oil or a crate of citrus from a local grocer, never suspecting the hidden layers of influence behind its journey to the shelf. The core of their strategy was mutual trust and a shared aversion to overt conflict. Disputes were settled with quiet negotiations, not public displays of aggression. This carefully cultivated peace fostered an environment of immense profitability, but it also masked subtle shifts in power. As the years passed, Vincenzo's network became undeniably more sophisticated, his financial acumen more pronounced. Marco, while still a crucial partner, found himself increasingly reliant on Vincenzo's intricate web of shell corporations and offshore accounts to handle the ever-growing sums of money. A quiet imbalance began to form. The catalyst for their undoing was a seemingly minor hiccup. A large shipment of high-grade olive oil, intended for the Bellini family's legitimate distribution network in Germany, was mysteriously diverted. It vanished somewhere between the port of Naples and the Bavarian border. Initial inquiries were calm, professional. Marco assumed a simple logistical error or perhaps a rival trying to skim. But as days turned into weeks, and the olive oil, worth a considerable sum, remained missing, a subtle tension began to creep into their long-standing relationship. Marco suspected sabotage from Vincenzo's side, a quiet test of loyalty, or worse, a silent act of defiance. Vincenzo, on the other hand, suspected Marco was simply trying to cheat him, claiming a loss to reduce his payout. The true twist, however, was far more intricate. It wasn't sabotage or theft by either party. It was the work of a highly disciplined, emerging group of cybercriminals who had infiltrated a seemingly innocuous shipping manifest system. They had quietly rerouted the cargo, selling it on the black market at a reduced price, leaving no trace. What they didn't anticipate was the deep-seated mistrust their simple act would ignite between two giants. Marco, infuriated by the financial loss and perceiving a deep betrayal, began to take subtle actions to undermine Vincenzo's operations. He started delaying payments, rerouting small legitimate shipments to other, less connected partners, and quietly spreading rumors about Vincenzo's declining influence. Vincenzo, ever the strategist, observed these subtle shifts. He didn't react with anger. He reacted with cold calculation. He began to slowly, methodically isolate Marco's legitimate businesses from the very financial lifelines he had created for them. Loans were subtly recalled, credit lines quietly frozen, and crucial customs clearances suddenly became inexplicably difficult. The unraveling wasn't marked by gunfire or dramatic arrests, but by the slow, agonizing strangulation of Marco Bellini's financial empire. One by one, his legitimate companies, starved of capital and suffocated by unexpected bureaucratic hurdles, began to falter. The missing olive oil had been merely the spark. The true fire was the silent, calculated dismantling of a relationship. Marco found himself trapped in a financial labyrinth built by his former partner, unable to access funds, unable to ship goods, his every move anticipated and countered. Eventually, Marco was forced to confront Vincenzo, not with threats, but with a plea. He met him in that same silent, empty warehouse on the docks, the one that had witnessed so many successful clandestine transfers over the decades. Marco confessed his financial ruin, not understanding how it had happened so completely. Vincenzo simply looked at him, his expression unreadable. "You believed I was a partner, Marco," he said softly, "but you forgot who built the tracks." The quiet, methodical betrayal had left Marco with nothing, his empire quietly collapsing under the weight of its own severed connections. Vincenzo, the serpent, had demonstrated that the most effective way to eliminate a rival was not through violence, but through the precise, silent severing of their financial lifeblood. The sudden, unexplained vanishing of a high-profile district attorney's most trusted legal assistant, just weeks before a landmark trial against a notorious crime syndicate, sent a chilling ripple through the city's legal circles. How could someone so deeply embedded in the intricacies of the case simply disappear, leaving no trace but a faint scent of fear in her wake? Eleanor Vance was an enigma wrapped in tweed. She wasn't a gangster, nor did she harbor any secret criminal aspirations. She was, by all accounts, a brilliant, meticulous legal mind, the kind who found solace in the precise language of statutes and the labyrinthine details of financial transactions. Her boss, District Attorney Robert Maxwell, called her his human bloodhound for her uncanny ability to sniff out inconsistencies and follow the faintest scent of wrongdoing. It was Eleanor who had painstakingly assembled the mountain of evidence against the notorious Moretti crime family, a network that had held a quiet stranglehold on the city's construction industry for decades through a sophisticated blend of bid rigging, labor racketeering, and subtle threats that rarely escalated beyond a whispered word or a carefully timed accident. The Morettas, led by the outwardly charming but inwardly ruthless Angelo, the architect Moretti, operated with an almost invisible touch. Their power wasn't in flashy displays of violence, but in their control over every brick laid, every girder hoisted in the city. They ensured that only their concrete companies got the big contracts, only their union-affiliated workers were hired, and any competitor who dared to challenge their dominion found themselves facing inexplicable delays, equipment breakdowns, or sudden, crippling strikes. It was a soft coercion, a gentle squeeze that slowly drained the life out of anyone who resisted. Eleanor's case against them was meticulous, built on a mountain of shell company documents, laundered payments disguised as legitimate consulting fees, and anonymous tips from contractors who had finally reached their breaking point. Eleanor worked tirelessly, often late into the night, piecing together the financial puzzle. She understood that to truly bring down the Morettas, one couldn't merely target the street-level enforcers. One had to dismantle the financial scaffolding that allowed their empire to stand. She traced illicit funds through layers of offshore accounts, identified phantom subcontractors, and meticulously documented how inflated bids funneled millions into the Moretti coffers, disguised as legitimate business expenses. Her mind was a steel trap, her memory for detail legendary. She knew the case and the Moretti family's intricate operations better than anyone. As the trial date loomed, the pressure intensified. Eleanor, usually unflappable, began to show subtle signs of strain. She started double-checking her locks, glancing over her shoulder, and occasionally answering her phone with a noticeable tremor in her voice. Colleagues dismissed it as pretrial jitters, the understandable stress of being at the center of such a high-stakes prosecution. No one, not even D.A. Maxwell, truly understood the extent of the quiet pressure being applied. The Morettas, known for their subtle methods, weren't going to send an obvious threat. Instead, they applied a slow psychological squeeze. A note would appear on Eleanor's car, not threatening, but containing a detail about her personal life only someone with intimate knowledge could know. An unexpected gift would arrive at her apartment, innocuous on its own, but deeply unsettling in its context. Her elderly mother, living in another state, would receive a courteous but persistent call from a survey company asking oddly specific questions about Eleanor's childhood. It was a campaign of quiet infiltration, designed to break her not through physical harm, but through a creeping sense of vulnerability and exposure. Then came the vanishing. One morning, Eleanor simply wasn't at her desk. Her apartment was orderly, her car still in the garage. There was no sign of a struggle, no forced entry, just an absence, profound and unsettling. The official story became burnout or personal leave, but the police investigation, handled with hushed urgency, yielded nothing. It was as if she had stepped out of her life and into thin air. The district attorney's office was thrown into disarray. The trial against the Morettas, now missing its vital architect of evidence, had to be postponed, then eventually weakened and restructured. What truly happened to Eleanor Vance was a testament to the Morettas' insidious reach. They didn't kidnap her. They offered her a choice, presented not as a threat, but as an opportunity, subtly woven into the fabric of her increasing paranoia. Through their network, they had discovered a severe, undisclosed health issue affecting Eleanor's beloved sister, an issue requiring incredibly expensive, cutting-edge treatment that her family's insurance wouldn't cover. The offer came through an anonymous, untraceable intermediary. Leave, disappear completely, and the funds for her sister's treatment would be anonymously deposited into a secure offshore account. No one would ever know, and her sister would live. If she stayed, not only would her sister's fate be sealed, but the quiet pressures would intensify, perhaps even subtly reaching her elderly mother. Faced with an impossible choice, a quiet betrayal of her professional duty for the life of her sister, Eleanor chose the latter. She meticulously planned her own disappearance, using the very skills she honed fighting the Morettas against them, ensuring no trail led back. She walked away from her life, her career, and the landmark trial she had poured her soul into, all to save the one person she loved more than justice. Her vanishing was the ultimate unraveling of the case, a silent victory for the Morettas, who proved that the most effective way to eliminate a threat wasn't through violence, but through the quiet exploitation of a profound personal vulnerability. The city never knew the truth, only that a brilliant legal mind had simply ceased to be. The opulent, yet strangely sterile, high-rise penthouse in Monaco, with its panoramic views of the Mediterranean, served as a gilded cage for Antonio the Ledger Mancini, a man whose quiet reign over a global network of illicit art and antiquities was about to unravel. How could a meticulously curated life, shielded by layers of legal artifice and international banking secrecy, be compromised by a single, seemingly harmless antique map? Antonio Mancini was the antithesis of the archetypal gangster. He didn't wield power through force, but through unparalleled knowledge and an almost pathological aversion to direct involvement in anything overtly criminal. His world was one of dusty archives, hushed auction houses, and private collections. From his base in Monaco, he orchestrated the movement of stolen masterpieces, plundered artifacts, and forged antiquities across continents. His clients were not street criminals but discreet, wealthy individuals, sometimes even legitimate museums, eager to acquire rare pieces without asking too many questions about provenance. Mancini's genius lay in his ability to legitimize these items through a dizzying array of shell companies, false provenances, and carefully placed bribes within corrupt government agencies. He was the quiet broker, the financial ghost who made the impossible seem effortlessly legal. His operations were a masterclass in soft coercion and sophisticated money laundering. A struggling private collector might find themselves approached by a polite, well-dressed intermediary, offering an irresistible sum for a family heirloom, no questions asked. A curator at a prestigious museum might receive an anonymous donation of a significant artifact, accompanied by meticulously fabricated paperwork. Mancini's network of art dealers, restorers, and shipping companies were legitimate fronts, their daily operations indistinguishable from any other high-end business. The real value, the true illicit profit, was laundered through a complex system of art appraisals, sales, and resales, creating layers of legitimate-looking transactions that obscured the original illicit acquisition. You could have admired a beautiful painting in a gallery, completely unaware that its journey to that wall was meticulously orchestrated by the ledger. For years, Mancini operated with near impunity. Law enforcement agencies in Italy, France, and the United States knew of his existence, suspected his involvement in countless cultural heritage crimes, but could never pin anything concrete on him. His paper trail was a masterpiece of misdirection, each transaction appearing legitimate, each ownership transfer seemingly above board. He kept no physical ledgers, relying instead on an encrypted, proprietary digital system accessible only to him. His power was in his discretion, his invisibility. The first crack in Mancini's impeccable facade appeared not from a police raid, but from the quiet dedication of a young, impassioned art historian named Dr. Clara Beaumont. Clara wasn't a detective. She was an academic, obsessed with provenance research, particularly the undocumented looting of historical sites during periods of conflict. Her focus was an ancient manuscript, a rare 16th century map of the Mediterranean, which had mysteriously appeared in a private collection after being declared lost for decades. The map itself wasn't particularly valuable, certainly not compared to the other treasures Mancini dealt in, but its sudden reappearance after being missing for so long intrigued Clara. Clara spent months in dusty archives, cross-referencing old auction catalogs, obscure academic papers, and even family histories. She wasn't looking for a criminal. She was looking for a narrative, the true story of the map's journey. What she discovered was a tiny, almost imperceptible detail. A unique, faded ink stamp on the back of the map, a private mark from a long-defunct, obscure library in southern Italy. This mark, meticulously documented in one of the library's forgotten inventories, proved the map had been part of a collection looted during World War II, a fact completely absent from its current provenance papers. This single, seemingly harmless antique map became the thread that pulled at Mancini's intricate tapestry. Clara, recognizing the discrepancy, quietly shared her findings with Interpol's Art Crime Unit, specifically with Agent Du Bois, a seasoned investigator who had chased ghosts for years. Du Bois wasn't interested in the map's value. He was interested in the pattern. He knew Mancini operated by establishing seemingly legitimate first sales to create a clean provenance. The map's falsified history was a small but undeniable crack in that system. Agent Du Bois, using Clara's meticulous research, began to trace the flow of other rediscovered artifacts and artworks that bore similar, subtle inconsistencies in their provenances. He didn't look for obvious illicit transactions. He looked for the quiet whispers of a false history, the slight imperfections in a perfectly crafted lie. He used the digital footprint of the legitimate art businesses Mancini used as fronts, observing patterns of large, sudden transfers of funds, disguised as art sales that didn't quite align with market values. The unraveling was slow, methodical. Du Bois couldn't breach Mancini's encrypted system, but he could map the physical movement of the art and the corresponding flow of money through the legitimate banking system. He built a case not on a single dramatic bust, but on a mountain of quiet discrepancies, each leading back to the same intricate web of shell companies and the same ultimate beneficiary, Antonio Mancini. The moment it truly unraveled for Mancini wasn't a raid on his penthouse. It was a freezing of his primary Swiss bank accounts, followed by a simultaneous seizure of dozens of legitimate artworks and properties across Europe and the US that had been used in his laundering schemes. He was caught not with a smoking gun, but with an overwhelming cascade of meticulously documented financial fraud, false provenance, and conspiracy to traffic in stolen cultural property. The arrest, when it finally came, was quiet, almost courteous, in his penthouse. Mancini, surrounded by his treasures, simply looked out at the Mediterranean. His perfect, quiet world had been exposed, not by a violent confrontation, but by the relentless pursuit of a single, forgotten mark on an old map. The almost imperceptible tremor in the foundation of a once unshakable casino in Atlantic City signaled the quiet beginning of the end for a man who had built an empire on calculated risks and unwavering loyalty. How could a kingpin, whose word was law in the high-stakes world of illegal gambling and offshore sports betting, be brought down not by a federal task force, but by the disloyalty of a single, seemingly insignificant numbers runner named Sal? Vincent the Viceroy Costello was an imposing figure, not through brute strength, but through a formidable intellect and an almost mystical understanding of odds. From his plush, yet discreet, office above his flagship Atlantic City casino, he controlled a sprawling network of illegal bookmakers, offshore betting rings, and underground poker games that stretched from the boardwalk to the distant shores of the Caribbean. His genius lay in his ability to anticipate market shifts, to manage risk with surgical precision, and to enforce loyalty not through fear of violence, but through the promise of unparalleled profit and absolute discretion. He offered a clean way for gamblers to place bets and for illicit money to be washed through the seemingly legitimate flow of casino revenue. Costello's empire was a masterclass in quiet coercion and sophisticated financial manipulation. He didn't threaten, he absorbed, A local bookie struggling to keep up with an emerging competitor might find Costello's discreet representatives offering generous financial assistance in exchange for a percentage of their take, slowly pulling them into his orbit. Those who resisted found their operations mysteriously plagued by technical issues, their best clients suddenly lured away by irresistible odds from unknown sources, or their lines of credit abruptly severed. It was a slow financial asphyxiation designed to bring competitors to their knees without a single raised voice or spilled drop of blood. The money, once earned, was meticulously laundered through the casino's daily cash flow, then funneled into legitimate investments in real estate, restaurants, and entertainment venues, making Costello an untouchable figure in the city's legitimate business circles. For nearly 30 years, the viceroy was untouchable. He cultivated a public image as a shrewd, legitimate businessman, a pillar of the Atlantic City community. The federal agencies knew he was at the apex of the illegal gambling world, but his financial records were pristine, his operations seemingly above reproach. He never personally touched illegal cash, never directly issued a threat. Everything was handled through layers of trusted intermediaries, each compartmentalized, each loyal to him, they thought, above all else. The unraveling began not with a grand investigation, but with Sal, a quiet, unremarkable numbers runner in South Philadelphia. Sal wasn't a major player. He was a cog in Costello's vast machine, collecting bets from small-time gamblers and passing them up the chain. Sal had a secret, a quiet desperation. His daughter was gravely ill, requiring an experimental treatment that his meager earnings, even with Costello's generous payouts, couldn't cover. He turned to a loan shark, someone outside Costello's network, a desperate measure he knew would incur the viceroy's wrath if discovered. The loan shark, however, was a low-level informant for the FBI, feeding them crumbs in exchange for lenient treatment. When Sal, unable to repay, was squeezed, he wasn't threatened with physical violence. Instead, the loan shark's handler, Agent Miller, saw an opportunity. Miller wasn't interested in the loan shark. He was interested in the desperation of a man on the fringes of Costello's empire. He offered Sal a deal: immunity from his gambling activities and financial assistance for his daughter's treatment, in exchange for one simple thing: access to Costello's digital betting platform. Sal was initially terrified, caught between two impossible choices. But the love for his daughter outweighed his fear of Costello. He didn't have direct access to Costello's inner circle, but as a numbers runner, he had an account on the intricate, encrypted online betting platform Costello had pioneered years ago. This platform, designed for anonymous betting and instant payouts, was the silent heart of Costello's operation, handling millions in wagers every day. Agent Miller didn't ask Sal to betray Costello directly. He asked Sal to do what he always did: place bets, record outcomes. But for 1 week, Sal was to make subtle, almost imperceptible changes to the way he recorded a fraction of his payouts on the platform, creating tiny, unnoticeable discrepancies that, when aggregated across hundreds of runners, would form a subtle yet distinct pattern. It wasn't about catching a specific illegal bet. It was about creating a digital fingerprint, a hidden signature of Costello's system. The moment it all unraveled for Vincent Costello wasn't a sudden explosion, but a quiet, almost imperceptible shift in the financial data. Agent Miller's team, using the tiny discrepancies seeded by Sal and other similarly turned low-level operatives, developed an algorithm that could identify the specific, unique patterns of Costello's betting platform, even through its sophisticated encryption. They then cross-referenced these patterns with legitimate casino revenue streams, exposing how the illegal wagers were being meticulously laundered, creating a parallel, ghost economy within the casino's seemingly clean books. The arrest came not on the casino floor, but in Costello's private office. He was presented with binders of financial data, digital footprints, and algorithmic analyses that meticulously detailed his decades-long operation, all derived from the subtle discrepancies created within his own unbreakable system. There were no snitches, no dramatic confessions, just irrefutable data. Costello, surrounded by the silence of his opulent office, simply picked up a remote and turned off the muted sports highlights playing on his large screen. He had built an empire on predicting odds and controlling variables, but he had underestimated the quiet desperation of a father and the methodical patience of an agent willing to chase the smallest digital whispers. His empire had crumbled not from a direct assault, but from 1,000 tiny, internal compromises, like quiet termites eating away at a seemingly solid foundation. The crumpled, discarded photograph of a forgotten seaside villa, found in the refuse of a modest Parisian apartment, was the first whisper of a truth that would shatter a carefully constructed illusion of legitimacy. How could a man, who had cultivated an image as a philanthropic industrialist and lived openly as a respected member of society, be unmasked by a faded image linking him to a past he had meticulously buried for decades? Jean-Pierre Dubois, known publicly as a visionary in the French steel industry and a quiet benefactor of numerous charities, was a master of reinvention. From his elegant Parisian townhouse, he exuded an aura of calm sophistication, a stark contrast to his brutal origins. Before the war, Dubois was Armand the Calculator Valois, a ruthless black marketeer who had amassed a vast fortune through the desperate times of occupied France. His operations weren't about overt violence, but about exploitation, cornering markets on essential goods, manipulating currency rates, and orchestrating the quiet seizure of assets from those deemed undesirable by the regime. His wealth was built on scarcity, fear, and a chillingly precise understanding of human desperation. After the war, Valois meticulously purged his past. He changed his name, acquired new identities, and used his ill-gotten gains to invest in legitimate, booming industries. He donated heavily to war orphanages, contributed to rebuilding efforts, and invested in French infrastructure, effectively laundering his blood money through public good works. His charisma and sharp intellect allowed him to seamlessly integrate into high society, befriending politicians, judges, and prominent industrialists. You might have seen his name on a plaque at a renovated hospital wing, completely unaware of the shadowy origins of the generosity. Dubois's strategy was one of quiet dominance. He didn't threaten, he purchased influence. Legal challenges to his business practices mysteriously disappeared. Regulatory hurdles for his new ventures were smoothly cleared. He understood that true power lay not in overt control, but in the subtle manipulation of systems and the cultivation of an impeccable public facade. He employed a discreet network of lawyers, accountants, and public relations specialists, all dedicated to maintaining the illusion of Jean-Pierre Dubois, the respectable industrialist. For nearly 50 years, Jean-Pierre lived this double life with flawless precision. His past as Armand Valois was a ghost, a rumor whispered only among the truly ancient members of the Parisian underworld. The few who knew too much had either faded away or been subtly relocated through Dubois's quiet influence. Their lives dramatically altered but never violently ended. The records had been burned, the witnesses silenced, and the memories buried under layers of manufactured history. The first crack in this impenetrable fortress of deception came from an unexpected source: the persistent, almost obsessive work of a retired police archivist, Simone Dubois, no relation, who spent her golden years poring over cold cases and forgotten files, driven by a quiet, academic curiosity. Simone wasn't looking for Dubois. She was cataloging pre-war property records, a mundane task that unexpectedly led her to a peculiar anomaly. A luxury villa on the Normandy coast, mysteriously transferred ownership multiple times during the war, each transaction involving a different shell company, none of which left a clear beneficiary. The transfers were too complex, too deliberate for the chaos of the time. Among the dusty records, Simone found an old, faded photograph of the villa, taken during the war. It was tucked into a discarded file in the city archives, seemingly insignificant. But on the back, in faint, almost illegible handwriting, were initials AV, Armand Valois, and a date, a specific transaction date. Simone, with her meticulous eye, noted the precise alignment of shadows in the photograph, the unique architecture of a small garden folly. Details that matched the current, publicly owned villa still standing today. This seemingly harmless photo, casually thrown away, became the silent key. Simone didn't go to the police directly. She went to a young, ambitious investigative journalist, Lucien Moreau, known for his dogged pursuit of historical corruption. Lucien, initially skeptical, was intrigued by Simone's quiet certainty and the eerie precision of her findings. He began to subtly cross-reference current land deeds with historical ownership records, focusing on the intricate paper trail of the Normandy villa. He found that the villa, after its complex wartime transfers, had eventually ended up in the portfolio of one of Jean-Pierre Dubois's current holding companies, acquired through a series of legitimate post-war transactions. The connection was tenuous, circumstantial, but undeniably present. The unraveling wasn't a public exposé or a dramatic confrontation. It was a quiet, relentless accumulation of circumstantial evidence. Lucien, working with Simone, pieced together a mosaic of financial anomalies, property transfers, and subtle historical omissions that, when viewed together, painted a chilling picture. They found that several of Dubois's seemingly legitimate post-war acquisitions directly benefited from the very wartime policies that Armand Valois had exploited. The case against Dubois wasn't about current crimes, but about the origin of his wealth, the systematic laundering of his wartime fortune through decades of legitimate enterprise. The moment it truly unraveled for Jean-Pierre Dubois came not in the form of an arrest, but a quiet, formal summons. He was invited for an interview at the public prosecutor's office, ostensibly regarding his historical contributions to a civic project. There, he was presented not with handcuffs, but with a thick dossier detailing the intricate financial gymnastics of his past, culminating with that unassuming photograph of the Normandy villa and the tiny, incriminating initials. The evidence was not violent or dramatic, but quiet, precise, and irrefutable, proving that the philanthropic industrialist Jean-Pierre Dubois was indeed the ruthless black marketeer Armand Valois. His carefully constructed life of legitimacy had been meticulously picked apart, not by a grand gesture, but by the quiet persistence of a retired archivist and a single, forgotten photograph. The rediscovery of a long-lost Renaissance masterpiece in a private collection sent shockwaves through the art world. Yet a seemingly insignificant speck of dust embedded in its varnish would ultimately prove to be its silent undoing. How could the most brilliant art forger of his generation, a man whose creations defied expert scrutiny, overlook such a minuscule detail that would shatter his entire world? Julian, the curator Thorne, had spent a lifetime perfecting the art of deception. His canvases, meticulously aged and indistinguishable from the old masters he replicated, were his silent partners in a grand scheme of art fraud and money laundering. From his unassuming yet surprisingly large atelier in the heart of New York, he moved in the upper echelons of the art world. He rubbed shoulders with wealthy collectors, esteemed museum directors, and even art historians who, unbeknownst to them, were often admiring his unparalleled counterfeits. Thorne's genius lay not just in his artistic skill, but in his obsessive understanding of art history, historical pigments, and the subtle nuances of natural aging. You might have walked through an exclusive gallery, never suspecting that the priceless masterpiece hanging on the wall was, in fact, Thorne's handiwork, a ghost of its true self. Thorne's method was elegant and devastatingly effective. He would identify legitimate but perhaps less famous pieces for sale. He would acquire them, then create an exact, flawless replica, sometimes even improving upon the original's condition. The genuine article would then vanish into a private, off-market collection or be sold quietly for pure, untraceable profit. The replica, however, would be subtly introduced back into the legitimate art world, sometimes through an unwitting auction house, sometimes as a discovery from a long-lost collection. These forgeries, imbued with a fabricated but believable provenance, would then be sold multiple times among a network of complicit shell companies or even unwitting legitimate buyers. Each transaction inflated its perceived value, washing millions of illicit funds from drug trafficking, corporate embezzlement, or even political corruption through the seemingly clean art market. His coercion was soft, almost imperceptible. For those who unknowingly bought a fake, Thorne might discreetly offer a quiet solution to their potential embarrassment, subtly drawing them into his web of complicity rather than exposing their folly. For nearly 2 decades, Thorne's forgeries fooled experts, passed traditional scientific scrutiny, and netted him and his silent partners billions. He was a phantom, a whisper in the art underworld, renowned among a select few for his impossible perfection. The very nature of his work, quiet, meticulous, and hidden in plain sight, made him untouchable. The unraveling began not with a detective's hunch or a whistleblower, but with Dr. Evelyn Reed, a young, brilliant art conservator. Evelyn specialized in microanalysis of historical pigments and materials, working with cutting-edge spectrography techniques that could analyze paint layers down to the molecular level. She was tasked with a minor restoration on a newly discovered 17th century Dutch landscape, an alleged Vermeer that had recently changed hands for a staggering sum, passing through one of the reputable auction houses Thorne often used. The painting had all the hallmarks of authenticity: the delicate brushstrokes, the play of light, the subtle network of craquelure that develops over centuries. As Evelyn meticulously cleaned the painting under a powerful, specialized microscope, her eyes caught an anomaly. Deep within the final varnish layer, almost invisible to the naked eye, was a tiny, almost microscopic fleck of brilliant blue, no larger than a grain of sand. It was a speck of modern synthetic ultramarine, a pigment not invented until the 19th century, a good 2 centuries after the painting was supposedly created. It was an anachronism, a single, impossible error in a seemingly perfect forgery. The speck was so small, so deeply embedded, it had likely been an accidental inclusion from a modern studio environment, perhaps from a brush Thorne had used on another, contemporary piece before meticulously working on the Vermeer. Evelyn, with her scientific precision, knew this tiny anachronism was irrefutable. It couldn't be explained away as a later restoration or contamination. She reported her findings quietly to her museum director, who, recognizing the gravity of the discovery, contacted Interpol's Art Crime Unit. Agent Richter, a quiet but relentlessly persistent investigator, took the lead. Richter didn't immediately reveal the forgery to the public. He used Evelyn's discovery as a silent key, a template. He began to cross-reference other rediscovered masterpieces that had passed through the same auction houses or private collections linked to Thorne, subtly requesting non-invasive material analyses on these pieces. The pattern emerged with chilling clarity. Tiny, almost invisible synthetic fibers, minute traces of modern polymers, or anachronistic pigment specks, all found embedded in the layers of ancient varnish or paint on various old masters. Each instance was microscopic, easily missed by the naked eye or even older analytical methods, but collectively, they painted a damning picture. Thorne's flaw wasn't in his artistic hand, which was indeed perfect, but in the modern environment in which he worked, in the tiny, unintended transfers of contemporary materials onto his meticulously crafted fakes. His pursuit of artistic perfection had led him to overlook the microscopic contaminants of his own time. The moment it all unraveled for Julian Thorne was devoid of drama. He was simply arriving at his atelier one crisp morning when Agent Richter, accompanied by a few quiet men in discreet suits, was waiting for him. They didn't produce a warrant for forgery. Instead, they presented binders filled with irrefutable scientific analyses and meticulously traced financial records. The evidence detailed vast financial fraud and money laundering, all intricately linked to the inflated sales of his masterpieces, each one now definitively identified as a forgery based on the irrefutable scientific analysis of those tiny, anachronistic specks. Thorne, the man who had woven an entire world from illusion, stood silently amidst his brushes and canvases. His empire had been brought down not by a rival, nor by a snitch, but by a microscopic piece of dust, a silent, irrefutable witness to his grand deception. The seemingly innocuous expansion of a modest ice cream parlor in Boston's North End, far beyond what local demand could justify, was the first quiet tremor that exposed a vast, hidden network of racketeering and extortion. How could a family man, revered in his community, maintain such an elaborate charade for decades, only for it to be undone by the simple, unsettling growth of a beloved neighborhood shop? Salvatore the Spoon Rizzo presented himself as a pillar of the community, a jovial, slightly portly figure who greeted every child by name at Rizzo's Sweet Treats. The ice cream parlor, known for its rich flavors and generous scoops, was his public face, a symbol of old-world charm and wholesome values in the bustling North End. Beneath this sugary facade, however, Salvatore was the quiet, methodical architect of a far more sinister enterprise, a pervasive protection racket that held a silent grip over nearly every small business in the district. He didn't use violence. He used persuasion, subtle threats, and an intricate web of favors that bound shopkeepers to him in a dependency that felt more like a community obligation than outright extortion. Rizzo's method was a masterpiece of soft coercion. A new bakery opening its doors would find itself plagued by a series of minor, yet persistent, inconveniences. Inexplicable delays in obtaining permits, sudden visits from health inspectors for minor infractions, or crucial deliveries arriving late. Then an intermediary, often a well-respected figure in the community, would suggest that a small contribution to a local benevolent fund, managed of course by Rizzo, would miraculously resolve these issues and ensure smooth operations. The contributions were always modest enough not to bankrupt the business, but substantial enough to be felt. In return, businesses received genuine protection from other, more violent elements, from petty crime, and from the very bureaucratic hurdles Rizzo himself often orchestrated. His customers were loyal not out of fear, but out of a perverse sense of gratitude and the relief that their businesses would now operate without any unforeseen complications. The ice cream parlor served as more than just a front. It was the quiet hub. It allowed Salvatore to observe, to listen to community chatter, and to project an image of unassuming benevolence. The cash profits from the legitimate ice cream sales were meticulously mingled with the protection money, laundered through the parlor's books, then quietly funneled into a network of seemingly legitimate investments. Small real estate holdings, a dry cleaning business, even a children's daycare center. You might have bought a scoop of pistachio ice cream from Salvatore, completely unaware that his quiet charm was merely the visible tip of a vast, illicit iceberg. For decades, Salvatore was untouchable. The local police, many of whom had grown up on Rizzo's ice cream, considered him a harmless eccentric, a beloved local institution. Federal authorities suspected a protection racket in the North End, but the evidence was always anecdotal, the witnesses too afraid or too reliant on Rizzo's protection to speak. His financial records, handled by a single, fiercely loyal accountant, were a labyrinth of small, legitimate transactions that absorbed the illicit funds without a trace. The unraveling began when Salvatore, growing complacent and perhaps a little too ambitious, decided to significantly expand Rizzo's Sweet Treats. He purchased the adjacent storefronts, planning to add a full-service cafe and bakery, ostensibly to meet growing demand. This expansion, however, was disproportionate to the actual legitimate revenue the parlor generated. It raised a quiet, persistent eyebrow in the mind of Detective Isabella Rossi, a young, analytical officer recently transferred to the North End precinct. Isabella wasn't looking for a major crime boss. She was simply reviewing local business permits as part of her routine. The scale of Rizzo's expansion, financed entirely through cash and seemingly meager profits, struck her as an oddity. Isabella, with a quiet and methodical approach, started simply observing. She spent time in the North End, not in uniform, but as a local, frequenting the small shops, listening to the subtle undercurrents of conversation. She noticed that businesses which seemed to be struggling financially would suddenly thrive after a quiet chat with one of Rizzo's associates. Conversely, those that seemed fiercely independent often faced inexplicable difficulties. She began to see a pattern in the donations made to local community funds, matching them with the unexplained good fortune or bad luck of local businesses. It wasn't about catching a specific shakedown. It was about discerning the silent, unspoken rules of the North End. The moment it truly unraveled for Salvatore Rizzo was not a dramatic raid on his ice cream parlor, but a quiet visit to the office of his accountant, a timid man named Mr. Ginelli. Isabella Rossi, armed with months of meticulous observations and a surprising amount of public financial data she had cross-referenced, presented Mr. Ginelli with a subtle, yet undeniable discrepancy. A seemingly legitimate invoice from a construction company for the ice cream parlor's expansion was far lower than the actual cash expenditures Rizzo had reported. The difference, significant and untraceable, suggested an illegal source of funds. The evidence wasn't violent, nor was it glamorous. It was a cold, hard financial inconsistency. Mr. Ginelli, who had faithfully served Salvatore for decades out of a mixture of loyalty and fear, finally cracked under the quiet, relentless pressure of undeniable numbers. He didn't confess to specific acts of extortion, but he revealed the intricate system of community contributions, benevolent funds, and consulting fees that formed the true financial backbone of Rizzo's empire, detailing how the ice cream parlor was merely the final, gleaming veneer for decades of racketeering and coercion. Salvatore, the benevolent spoon, had built his empire on a foundation of quiet fear and financial dependence, only for it to slowly melt away, like an unattended scoop of ice cream on a hot summer day, exposed by the very expansion he hoped would solidify his legacy. His arrest came quietly, after hours, at the back of his beloved, overly large ice cream parlor. He offered no resistance, only a silent, almost resigned nod. The sudden, inexplicable crash of a popular, high-stakes online poker site, briefly exposing a torrent of seemingly random encrypted data, was the first tremor in the carefully constructed digital fortress of a man known only as the Architect. How could this reclusive figure, who had built a financial empire on the quiet collection of digital vulnerabilities and the control of shadowy online gambles, be brought down by a brief, accidental exposure of what appeared to be meaningless code? Elias the Architect Vance was a specter in the digital world, a name whispered with a mixture of awe and fear in the illicit corners of the internet. From an anonymous, high-security data center nestled in the quiet, damp countryside of rural Germany, he orchestrated a vast network of online gambling platforms, encrypted communication channels, and, most lucratively, a subtle form of digital blackmail. Unlike traditional gangsters who relied on physical presence, Elias wielded power through information. He collected vulnerabilities, financial secrets, embarrassing personal data, and compromising digital footprints of powerful individuals. He never directly threatened. His coercion was an art form, a quiet suggestion that certain information, might find its way into the wrong hands, unless a quiet favor or a strategic investment was made. His online gambling platforms, seemingly legitimate on the surface, were sophisticated conduits for money laundering. Billions in illicit funds, from drug cartels to corrupt politicians, were washed through countless rounds of high-stakes poker, blackjack, and sports betting. The odds, naturally, were subtly skewed, ensuring a constant, quiet flow of profit. You might have clicked on an advertisement for a sleek, international betting site, unaware that every wager you placed, every digital transaction, was a tiny thread in the architect's intricate, global web. Elias's genius lay in his absolute mastery of encryption and network security. His systems were layered like an onion, each digital defense more formidable than the last. He operated with minimal human contact, trusting only a handful of highly skilled, equally reclusive programmers who never knew the full scope of his operations. He understood that, in the digital age, true invincibility wasn't about physical muscle, but about being untraceable, a ghost in the machine. For over a decade, the architect was truly a phantom. Cybercrime units in London, Washington, and Berlin had his digital fingerprints. The unique coding styles, the obscure network routing patterns, but they couldn't find the man behind them. His server farms were protected by layers of shell companies and proxy servers. His financial transactions bounced through countless offshore digital currencies, making him an elusive target. The unraveling began not with a grand cyber attack, but with a quiet, persistent bug. One of Elias's high-stakes online poker sites, a particularly lucrative one, suffered a series of intermittent, unexplained crashes. These weren't malicious attacks. They were subtle, internal software conflicts. During one such crash, for a fleeting 30 seconds, a portion of the site's normally encrypted internal server logs became briefly, accidentally exposed to the open internet. It was a glitch, a momentary oversight, almost instantly patched. But it was enough. Watching for just such a vulnerability was Lena Petrova, a brilliant, unassuming forensic analyst working for a small, specialized cybercrime unit in Estonia. Lena wasn't looking for the architect directly. She was part of a global task force quietly monitoring anomalous network traffic and detecting even the smallest transient data leaks. The exposed data from the poker site was a chaotic mess of encrypted strings, but buried within it, like a single dislodged brick in a massive wall, was an anomaly. A small, seemingly benign piece of metadata, a system log entry timestamped with a slightly unusual format, one that matched a specific obscure server configuration used only by a handful of high-security data centers. It was a digital fingerprint so subtle, so easily dismissed, that only a mind as meticulous as Lena's would have even noticed it. Lena didn't try to hack the architect. She simply followed the digital breadcrumbs, tracing the unique metadata signature through a labyrinth of proxy servers and shell companies. It led her not to a direct IP address, but to a specific, highly secure, and deliberately obscure data center in rural Germany, a place designed to be invisible. She couldn't breach it, but she knew its physical location. The moment it all unraveled for Elias Vance wasn't a digital confrontation, but a quiet dawn raid on that remote German data center. Federal agents, acting on Lena's meticulous digital mapping, descended on the facility. They didn't find Elias there. He was too careful for that. But they found the physical servers, the blinking lights and humming machines that were the silent heart of his empire. Within those servers, Lena's team, working offline with direct access, found the unencrypted core of the architect's operations. The real ledger of laundered funds, the vast databases of compromised information, and the detailed schematics of his gambling platforms. Elias Vance was eventually apprehended quietly, several weeks later, attempting to cross a remote border with a forged passport. He was caught not by a brilliant counter-hack, nor by a betrayal from within, but by a single, tiny, forgotten piece of accidental metadata, a silent digital whisper from a momentary system glitch. His meticulously constructed fortress, built on layers of digital obscurity, had been brought down not by force, but by a single, nearly invisible flaw, a silent testament to the idea that even in the most complex systems, perfection is an elusive dream. The persistent, almost poetic, decay of a once grand Victorian mansion on the outskirts of London, slowly succumbing to neglect despite its vast hidden wealth, became the quiet signal of an impending downfall. How could a man who controlled the illicit drug trade across half of Europe, a phantom known only as the alchemist, allow his most symbolic asset to crumble so visibly, drawing the very attention he so meticulously avoided? Alexander the Alchemist Finch was a creature of shadow and quiet calculation. He didn't rule through street muscle or public displays of power. From his seemingly dilapidated, yet impeccably secured mansion, he orchestrated the synthesis, refinement, and distribution of illicit narcotics across Europe, specializing in designer drugs that were difficult to trace and highly addictive. His genius lay in his chemistry, his logistics, and his almost academic understanding of market demand. His network was composed not of violent enforcers, but of discreet couriers, brilliant chemists, and sophisticated distributors who moved his product with surgical precision, often disguised as legitimate pharmaceutical shipments. You might have walked past a nondescript delivery van, completely unaware it was carrying the silent payloads of the alchemist's empire. Finch's empire was built on a unique form of quiet coercion. He never threatened violence, but he leveraged dependency. He supplied local drug lords with unprecedented purity and consistency, making them reliant on his product. Those who tried to find alternative suppliers found their own batches mysteriously tainted, their distribution networks suddenly disrupted by unforeseen logistical nightmares. He didn't need to fight. He simply controlled the source, the purity, and the flow, quietly cornering the market through sheer chemical superiority and logistical brilliance. The vast profits were laundered through a global network of shell companies, fake charities, and seemingly legitimate investments in biotech startups and obscure scientific research, making him an invisible force in the legitimate financial world. For nearly 2 decades, the alchemist was a ghost. Law enforcement agencies knew his product was saturating the market, but they couldn't find the source. His chemists were untraceable, his labs shifted constantly, and his money vanished into the labyrinthine world of international finance. His primary vulnerability, ironically, was his reclusive nature and a strange, almost sentimental attachment to his ancestral home, the decaying Victorian mansion. He refused to sell it or even properly maintain it, preferring its quiet isolation, a decaying symbol of his hidden world. The unraveling began not with a drug bust, but with a series of quiet complaints from neighbors about the neglected state of the mansion, the overgrown gardens, the crumbling facade, the sheer disuse of a property that was clearly once magnificent. These complaints, seemingly trivial, landed on the desk of Detective Chief Inspector Eleanor Croft, a meticulous and pragmatic investigator from the National Crime Agency. Eleanor wasn't looking for a drug lord. She was responding to a simple nuisance report. But the sheer scale of the neglect, coupled with the property's immense underlying value and its mysterious ownership, traced back to a string of offshore entities, struck her as peculiar. Why would someone own such a grand property and allow it to fall into such disrepair? Eleanor began a quiet, persistent investigation, not into drug trafficking, but into the mansion itself. She noted the heavy-duty, state-of-the-art security systems incongruous with the decaying exterior. She observed the subtle, almost imperceptible comings and goings of unmarked vans at odd hours, not arriving with building materials, but with what appeared to be industrial-grade chemical containers, often leaving with sealed, refrigerated units. She pieced together local rumors about strange chemical odors on certain nights, dismissed by most as urban legends. What truly unlocked the mystery was the mansion's archaic drainage system. The Victorian property, while outwardly neglected, contained a hidden, modernized sub-basement laboratory. The alchemist, in his meticulousness, had designed a sophisticated chemical waste disposal system that tied into the old storm drains. However, during a period of heavy rain, a partial blockage occurred in a pipe leading to a less-used section of the municipal storm drain network. It wasn't a leak of illicit chemicals, but a subtle yet persistent release of a specific, non-toxic, but highly unusual chemical signature, a unique byproduct of the high-purity synthesis process of one of the alchemist's designer drugs. It was a chemical signature that should not have been present in a residential drainage system. A routine environmental agency check, triggered by a minor complaint about localized drainage issues, detected this anomalous signature. The sample, initially disregarded, was flagged for further, more specialized analysis by a quiet, dedicated team of environmental forensics experts. It was a silent, scientific smoking gun, a chemical whisper emanating from the neglected mansion. The moment it all unraveled for Alexander Finch wasn't a dramatic shootout. It was a calculated, quiet raid. Eleanor Croft, now armed with irrefutable chemical evidence and months of meticulous surveillance, secured a warrant. When the NCA team breached the mansion, they found not a fortified stronghold, but a pristine, state-of-the-art chemical laboratory hidden beneath the decay, complete with advanced synthesis equipment, precursor chemicals, and vast quantities of finished product. Finch himself was found in a small, meticulously organized study, surrounded by scientific journals, calmly reviewing chemical formulas. He offered no resistance, only a quiet, almost academic curiosity about how they had finally tracked him down. His empire, built on silent chemistry and hidden wealth, had ultimately been betrayed by the very essence of its operation. A single, unique chemical signature, slowly seeping into the public consciousness through a neglected, crumbling facade. The irony was palpable. The decay he tolerated for anonymity had, in the end, been his undoing. The inexplicable disappearance of an entire shipment of prized aged whiskey, just weeks before it was to be unveiled at an exclusive New York tasting event, sent a quiet tremor through the city's elite social circles. How could a meticulously planned operation, involving seemingly legitimate logistics and ironclad security, vanish without a trace, only to quietly resurface in the most unexpected of places? Patrick, the collector Murphy, was a man of impeccable taste and discerning appetites, traits he leveraged not just in his legitimate dealings, but in his highly lucrative and entirely illicit business of high-value contraband. From his tastefully appointed penthouse in Manhattan, he orchestrated the movement of stolen art, rare wines, and, most profitably, high-end spirits across the globe. He never handled the merchandise himself. His genius lay in understanding supply chains, manipulating customs regulations, and identifying the precise points of vulnerability in what appeared to be unbreakable security systems. His network comprised seemingly legitimate shipping companies, customs brokers, and even corrupt appraisers, all quietly operating under his unseen direction. You might have raised a glass of exquisite vintage wine at a sophisticated dinner, entirely unaware it had passed through the collector's shadowy hands. Murphy's power derived not from overt threats, but from a quiet, almost imperceptible form of blackmail and soft coercion. He cultivated relationships with individuals in positions of trust, logistics managers, warehouse supervisors, even security personnel, by discreetly offering them minor financial assistance during times of personal hardship or providing valuable information that subtly benefited their careers. Once indebted, these individuals found themselves quietly obligated to overlook certain anomalies or facilitate specific, seemingly innocuous deviations from protocol. This created a network of unwitting or quietly complicit individuals who, by making small concessions, allowed Murphy's high-value goods to move undetected. The money, once the contraband was discreetly sold to a network of private, discerning buyers, was meticulously laundered through art acquisitions, rare collectible purchases, and the quiet investment in high-end, exclusive clubs and restaurants, giving Murphy an air of legitimate, sophisticated wealth. For years, the collector operated in plain sight, a respected figure in New York society. Federal agencies suspected a high-value fencing operation, but Murphy's hands were always clean, his paper trail vanishing into layers of international corporate structures. He never left a direct fingerprint. Every illicit transaction was executed through intermediaries, each carefully chosen for their plausible deniability. The unraveling began with the disappearance of that single shipment of aged whiskey. It was a unique, limited edition batch, worth millions, destined for a tasting event that had garnered significant media attention. The company responsible for its transport and storage, global secure logistics, had an unblemished record. The vanishing was inexplicable. No forced entry, no alarms triggered, just an empty, carefully sealed container. The immediate assumption was an inside job. But who? Detective Marcus Thorne, a quiet, analytical investigator with the NYPD's Major Case Squad, was assigned to the baffling case. Marcus wasn't looking for a liquor thief. He was looking for a ghost in the machine. He meticulously reviewed every aspect of the whiskey's journey. Satellite tracking data, security camera footage, which showed nothing amiss, and the digital logs of every person who had access to the transport route. The more he looked, the more it seemed impossible. The breakthrough came from an almost overlooked detail, a discrepancy in the digital climate control logs of the refrigerated container. For a brief, 5-minute period, while the container was supposedly in transit on a remote stretch of highway, the temperature inside had subtly fluctuated by a fraction of a degree, then returned to normal. It was a minor anomaly, dismissed by the logistics company as a sensor glitch. But Marcus, with his methodical mind, knew that such a precise, brief fluctuation was either a genuine malfunction or a deliberate, undetectable intervention. He discovered that this specific temperature glitch correlated precisely with a rarely used, almost abandoned service road that ran parallel to the highway, leading to a forgotten, privately owned industrial warehouse. The warehouse, ostensibly used for dormant storage, had a single, almost invisible ground-level ventilation shaft, barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. The temperature fluctuation was the brief moment the container was unlatched and the whiskey was quietly siphoned off, bottle by bottle, through that tiny opening, replaced with cheap, weighted substitutes. The original container was then meticulously resealed, its temperature returned to normal, its security seals perfectly intact. The moment it all unraveled for Patrick Murphy wasn't a public exposure, but a quiet, almost embarrassing discovery. Marcus Thorne, armed with a warrant, raided that forgotten warehouse. He didn't find the entire whiskey shipment. Murphy was too careful for that. But he found hundreds of the distinct, empty wooden crates, still bearing the original distillery markings, meticulously stacked and awaiting disposal. He also found a small, custom-built conveyor system designed to quietly extract the bottles through that narrow ventilation shaft. The evidence wasn't about the current theft, but about the method of the theft, a silent testament to Murphy's sophisticated network of quiet infiltration. Murphy was arrested quietly at his penthouse, amidst his collection of genuine masterpieces and rare antiques. He offered no resistance, only a faint smile, almost appreciative of the detective's meticulousness. His empire, built on the invisible movement of high-value contraband and the quiet manipulation of logistics, had been brought down not by a direct confrontation, but by a subtle, almost imperceptible temperature change, a digital whisper of a physical intrusion that revealed the hidden mechanisms of his sophisticated and silent plundering. The dusty attic of a forgotten Viennese townhouse yielded a surprising secret. A single yellowed sheet of musical notation, unremarkable save for a series of tiny, almost imperceptible pencil marks along its margins. How could these faint annotations, hidden within the score of an obscure 18th century waltz, become the silent undoing of a man who had built an empire on the unreadable secrets of Europe's most powerful elite? Julian the Maestro Brandt was, to the public, a respected patron of the arts, a connoisseur of classical music, and a quiet philanthropist whose name graced the programs of countless Viennese orchestras and opera houses. From his elegant, soundproof study overlooking the Stadtpark, he cultivated an image of refined intellectualism, a stark contrast to the shadowy business that was his true passion. The meticulous collection and strategic leverage of secrets. Brandt wasn't a man of threats or violence. He was a master of information, a quiet architect of influence who understood that in the post-war European landscape, a well-placed secret was more potent than any weapon. He collected political indiscretions, financial misdeeds, and personal vulnerabilities, not for immediate cash, but for quiet leverage. His empire was built on a sophisticated blend of soft coercion and strategic manipulation. He would discreetly offer financial assistance to struggling aristocrats or politicians, then subtly guide their decisions, ensuring they owed him not just money, but unwavering loyalty. He would discover compromising information about rival industrialists, then quietly suggest a mutually beneficial merger or a change in leadership. His network consisted of discreet private investigators, former intelligence agents, and highly placed informants in banks and government offices, all paid generously for their silence and their ability to acquire the whispers of the powerful. The vast sums generated from these veiled transactions were laundered through art acquisitions, property developments, and, ironically, his extensive patronage of the very cultural institutions he so publicly adored. You might have seen Brandt at the opera, a pillar of society, completely unaware that the subtle changes in the city's political landscape or the unexpected downfall of a business magnate were quietly orchestrated from his very seat. For nearly 4 decades, the maestro was untouchable. European intelligence agencies knew of his existence, suspected his vast influence, but could never find the direct link. His communications were always coded, his transactions layered, and his assets held through a dizzying array of offshore trusts and anonymous foundations. He never held a public office, never sought overt power. His control was always from the shadows, through the quiet influence he exerted over those who did. His only true indulgence was his vast collection of rare musical scores and instruments, a passion he cultivated with meticulous care. The unraveling began not with a leak or a betrayal, but with the quiet, persistent curiosity of Anna Richter, a young musicologist and the great-grandniece of Anton Vogel, a prominent industrialist who had mysteriously lost his fortune and reputation in the 1960s, a downfall many suspected Julian Brandt had orchestrated. Anna, cleaning out her late great-aunt's attic, stumbled upon an old, forgotten music album. Inside, among generic scores, was that single sheet of an obscure waltz by a little-known composer, dated to the turn of the 20th century. Anna, a meticulous scholar, noticed the pencil marks. Not musical annotations, but strange, almost imperceptible symbols that seemed to follow a hidden pattern. Driven by a scholar's instinct, Anna spent months, then years, meticulously analyzing the symbols, cross-referencing them with historical cryptography, and even old orchestral seating charts from Brandt's favorite opera house. What she eventually deciphered wasn't a direct secret, but a complex, almost poetic key. The notes on the sheet music didn't create a melody. They pointed, through a system of numerical and positional references, to specific entries in a rare, first edition collection of sheet music in Brandt's private library, a collection he publicly boasted about, believing it untouchable. Each note corresponded to a specific page number, line, and word in those other musical works. When compiled, these words formed fragments of names, dates, and locations. The moment it truly unraveled for Julian Brandt was a quiet one. Anna, through a contact at the National Library, discreetly informed a persistent, almost obsessive investigator from the Austrian Federal Bureau of Anti-Corruption, Chief Inspector Elias Gruber. Gruber wasn't interested in music, but Anna's meticulous work, combined with her detailed understanding of Julian Brandt's public life and private passions, gave him a precise target. Not a bank account, but a physical library. Armed with Anna's key, Chief Inspector Gruber, with a special court order, quietly seized Julian Brandt's private music collection. Within those rare editions, they found not just musical scores, but tiny, almost invisible microfiche hidden within the spines, containing meticulous, handwritten ledgers detailing decades of Brandt's illicit influence. The specific names, the leveraged secrets, the dates of quiet coercion, and the exact financial and political gains. His entire empire, built on the invisible whispers of secrets, had been meticulously documented in a secret, physical archive, hidden in plain sight, disguised as his beloved musical scores. Brandt, found calmly playing a sonata on his grand piano, simply stopped. He knew instinctively that the true melody of his life, discordant and ruthless, had finally been played for all to hear. The peculiar discovery of a single, perfectly preserved, albeit discarded, child's porcelain doll in a commercial landfill, far from any residential waste, was the first quiet ripple in the seemingly impenetrable empire of a man who controlled a city's very refuse. How could an operation built on ironclad contracts and silent coercion, stretching back decades, begin to unravel from such an unusual, out-of-place artifact? Vincent the Garbage Man Morello was not the kind of figure who commanded attention with loud proclamations or flashy displays of wealth. He was a man of quiet diligence, his days spent in the unassuming office of City Sanitation Services, the company that held the exclusive contract for waste collection and disposal for a sprawling American metropolis. To the public, Morello was a hard-working, almost civic-minded entrepreneur, dedicated to keeping the streets clean. But beneath this veneer of public service lay a vast network of racketeering, money laundering, and quiet coercion that had held countless businesses in its silent grip for over 30 years. Morello's genius lay in his understanding of essential services. He knew that for any business, large or small, waste disposal was non-negotiable. His system of control was a masterpiece of soft coercion. A small restaurant that refused to sign his exclusive waste removal contract might suddenly find its dumpsters mysteriously overflowing, its collections delayed for days, or its waste permits subtly audited. Competitors who dared to challenge his monopoly faced constant equipment failures, their trucks mysteriously breaking down on routes, or their own city contracts becoming inexplicably snarled in bureaucratic red tape. This gentle, persistent pressure invariably led them to capitulate, signing contracts with city sanitation services at inflated prices, disguised as premium service charges or environmental compliance fees. The money, once collected, was laundered through a dizzying array of phantom equipment purchases, inflated fuel costs, and non-existent consulting fees, all flowing back into Morello's legitimate real estate holdings and seemingly modest investment portfolios. The city ran like clockwork, its waste vanishing efficiently, its businesses quietly paying their dues. You might have seen one of City Sanitation's distinctive green trucks rumbling down your street every Tuesday, completely unaware that each pickup was a tiny, silent transaction in a vast, illicit economy. Morello himself was meticulous. His records were clean, his employees loyal, and his operations so deeply embedded in the city's infrastructure that he seemed an unmovable force. The unraveling began not with an investigation into organized crime, but with a new city auditor, Amelia Chen. Amelia was not a detective, but a quiet, methodical numbers person, tasked with ensuring the city's waste management contracts were financially sound. Her attention was drawn to a minor discrepancy in the daily landfill logs. A sudden, anomalous increase in commercial waste from a specific industrial zone, yet with a corresponding decrease in recorded pickups from that same zone. It was a statistical oddity that didn't quite make sense. As she dug deeper, she discovered the porcelain doll, reported by a sharp-eyed landfill supervisor. The doll was a specific, unique collectible, definitely not industrial waste, and even more definitively not from the residential area where it was found. Its presence in a commercial waste stream, and then in the wrong landfill, was the first whisper of a problem. Amelia's investigation was a slow burn, fueled by quiet curiosity. She cross-referenced every detail: the type of doll, its known origins, the specific commercial area from which the commercial waste supposedly originated, and the exact routes of city sanitation trucks. She discovered that the doll had belonged to the young daughter of Mr. Peterson, the owner of a small, independent toy manufacturing company in the industrial zone. Mr. Peterson had recently refused to renew his waste contract with city sanitation services, citing their exorbitant prices. Soon after, his legitimate waste pickups became erratic, often missed entirely, forcing him to temporarily dispose of his factory's non-hazardous overflow, including some packaging and, unbeknownst to him, his daughter's discarded toy, by driving it to a local residential collection point. Amelia's meticulous work revealed that city sanitation services, under Morello's quiet direction, had been deliberately disrupting Mr. Peterson's legitimate waste collection, effectively pushing his small business to the brink, all because he wouldn't pay their inflated protection fees. The doll was a casualty of this quiet economic warfare, a mundane item that served as an undeniable physical link in the chain of subtle sabotage. Amelia didn't find threats or violence in the records. She found patterns of unexplained delays, sudden truck maintenance issues, and missing waste collection invoices, all designed to make life miserable for those who defied Morello. The moment it all unraveled for Vincent Morello was devoid of grand confrontation. Amelia Chin, armed not with a badge, but with binders full of meticulously compiled spreadsheets, truck logs, and landfill manifests, presented her findings to a federal prosecutor. The case wasn't about murder or drug trafficking. It was about decades of systematic racketeering, fraud, and antitrust violations, all laid bare by the quiet, irrefutable evidence extracted from the seemingly mundane world of garbage collection. The porcelain doll, carefully bagged and tagged, was presented as a silent, physical exhibit of Morello's insidious control. Morello, arrested quietly in his office, surrounded by the humming of his waste management empire, offered no resistance. His vast, dirty enterprise, built on controlling the ebb and flow of a city's refuse, had been brought down not by force, but by a quiet auditor who simply followed the path of a discarded child's toy. The peculiar, almost imperceptible crystalline sheen on a seemingly authentic 19th century diplomatic letter, hidden deep within the National Archives, was the first silent crack in the meticulously constructed historical narrative curated by a man known only as the chronicler. How could a figure who controlled the very memory of a nation, subtly shaping its past, be undone by a microscopic detail invisible to the naked eye? Dr. Elias Thorne was, to the public, the revered director of the National Historical Archives, a scholar of impeccable reputation whose life was dedicated to preserving the truth of the past. From his austere, oak-paneled office, surrounded by centuries of meticulously cataloged documents, he cultivated an image of unwavering academic integrity. Yet, beneath this veneer of scholarly dedication, Thorne was the quiet architect of a far more profound deception, the subtle manipulation of historical truth. He didn't forge entire documents or rewrite history with overt strokes. His genius lay in the precise insertion of carefully crafted forgeries, the subtle alteration of existing records, or the strategic suppression of inconvenient truths, all designed to subtly enhance a nationalistic narrative or exonerate powerful political figures. Thorne's empire was built on a unique form of intellectual coercion. He would discover documents that conveniently supported a certain policy or cast historical figures in a more favorable light, gently guiding academic discourse and public perception. Scholars whose research might contradict the preferred narrative found their funding mysteriously drying up, their publications delayed, or their access to crucial archival materials subtly restricted. It was a soft, intellectual strangulation designed to ensure conformity without a single public confrontation. The clean historical narrative, once established, became an invaluable currency, traded for political favors, research grants, and even lucrative government contracts for those who benefited from Thorne's revised versions of the past. For nearly 30 years, the chronicler was an unassailable authority. Generations of historians, politicians, and the public at large absorbed the truths he meticulously curated. His position of trust, coupled with the sheer volume and complexity of the archival material, made him seem beyond reproach. Who would question the ultimate guardian of national memory? The unraveling began not with a whistleblower or an investigative journalist, but with Anya Sharma, a brilliant and unassuming paper conservator, recently hired by the National Archives. Anya's work was slow, painstaking, and often solitary, involving the meticulous preservation of fragile historical documents. She wasn't looking for a conspiracy. She was tasked with routine preservation of a collection of 19th century diplomatic correspondence, including a letter bearing the signature of a pivotal national hero, a letter whose contents, conveniently, helped solidify a particular, heroic interpretation of a controversial historical event. As Anya worked on the letter under a high magnification microscope, preparing it for a new protective casing, her eyes caught a fleeting anomaly. Under a specific angle of UV light, the ink of the signature, while appearing perfectly authentic, displayed a minute, almost invisible crystalline sheen, as if tiny, glittering particles were embedded within it. It was a detail so small, so subtle, that it could easily be dismissed as a natural variation in antique ink. But Anya's rigorous training had taught her to trust her observations. This particular crystalline structure, she knew, was characteristic of certain modern, synthetic fixatives often used in high-quality photographic paper, not 19th century iron gall ink. It was an anachronism, a single, impossible error in a seemingly perfect historical artifact. Anya, with her methodical precision, carefully extracted a microscopic sample of the ink, no larger than a pinpoint, a task performed with the utmost care to avoid damaging the historical document. She quietly sent it to a specialized material forensics lab, one known for its expertise in analyzing historical artifacts. The lab's report was startling. The signature contained minute traces of a synthetic polymer not invented until the late 20th century, a binding agent used in certain specialized inkjet printing inks, subtly mixed with older pigments to give the illusion of age. The signature, an integral part of the narrative, was a forgery meticulously applied over a genuine, but less convenient, original. The moment it truly unraveled for Dr. Elias Thorne was devoid of drama. Anya, with the lab report in hand, approached a quiet but unyielding senior curator, Dr. Helen Vance, who, after confirming Anya's findings with further independent tests, alerted a special unit within the National Police that dealt with cultural heritage crimes. They didn't raid the archives with sirens blaring. Instead, they secured a discreet warrant based on the scientific evidence. Elias Thorne, found calmly reviewing budgetary reports in his office, was presented not with accusations of treason, but with a meticulously detailed forensic report on his prized 19th century diplomatic letter, highlighting the imperceptible crystalline sheen and the anachronistic polymer. His empire, built on the quiet, intellectual manipulation of history, had been betrayed not by a grand conspiracy, but by a microscopic detail in a single signature, a silent, glittering testament to his insidious reshaping of the past. Thorne, known for his unshakable composure, simply closed the budget folder, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor running through his hand. He knew instinctively that his carefully curated version of history had finally been exposed, not by a rival, but by a tiny, sparkling imperfection within his own artful deception. The discrepancy was so minute, a mere few $100s, buried deep within the complex ledgers of a seemingly respectable silk import business. Agent Harrison, then a junior in the Federal Financial Crimes Unit, might have dismissed it as a clerical error, a simple human mistake. But something about its recurring nature, its quiet persistence across multiple quarterly reports, snagged his methodical mind. Could such an insignificant sum truly be the thread that would unravel an empire built on meticulous planning and an almost silent form of terror? Arthur Vance, known in hushed whispers as the Architect, had built his influence not with overt violence, but with a chillingly efficient system of economic control. His reputation preceded him like a shadow, long before his actual presence was felt. In the city's quieter corners, where commerce hummed, Vance was a ghost in the machine, manipulating levers no one saw. His empire was discreet, his methods subtle, often dressed in the guise of legitimate business dealings. He invested in local enterprises, providing capital with unspoken strings attached, and offered protection that no one dared refuse, ensuring a steady flow of tribute into his coffers. The violence was always implied, a chilling undertone to polite conversations, never an open threat. His primary vehicle for laundering these vast, ill-gotten gains was Vance and Sons Textiles, a long-standing silk and fabric import company nestled discreetly near the city's docks. It was a picture of old-world respectability, managed by Elias Thorne, a man whose quiet demeanor belied his decades-long, unwavering loyalty to Vance. Yet, within Vance's tightly controlled orbit, a slow corrosion had begun. Dominic Moretti, Vance's ambitious nephew and a rising capo, felt the weight of his uncle's increasingly paranoid gaze. Dom had been groomed for leadership, but Vance, a man who trusted no one completely, seemed determined to keep him perpetually in the shadows. This simmering resentment began to fester, fueled by a desire for more power and a quiet dread of his uncle's eventual, inevitable suspicion. Dom understood that openly challenging Vance was suicide. A far more subtle approach was required, one that would allow external forces to do the heavy lifting while he remained untouched. And so, the stage was set for the quiet betrayal. It wasn't a dramatic revelation, no panic defection. Instead, it was a whisper of a suggestion, a nuanced instruction given to Thorne during a routine review of the ledgers. "Elias," Dom had said, his voice low and casual, "Uncle Arthur is keen on seeing absolute precision in these books. Just make sure everything is perfectly aligned. No room for misinterpretations." He'd emphasized perfectly aligned with a knowing look, implying that a tiny flaw, too small to be a concern for Vance, might serve as a decoy. Thorne, a man caught between his old loyalties and the shifting winds of power, understood. He made a series of almost invisible alterations within the accounts of Vance and Sons Textiles, creating the very discrepancy that Agent Harrison would eventually discover. It was a message hidden in plain sight, a breadcrumb designed to lure a hungry predator, without ever pointing directly to the source. Agent Harrison, with his quiet persistence, followed that breadcrumb. He didn't rush, didn't make a scene. He simply kept digging. The few $100s led him to other small, recurring anomalies, then to larger, more significant ones. He meticulously pieced together the financial tapestry, tracing money flows from seemingly innocuous consulting fees to phantom investments, and from there to shell corporations with vaguely international names. He noticed patterns of local businesses suddenly switching suppliers to Vance and Sons, or taking out loans from an obscure trust fund linked to the textile company. The quiet coercion was becoming visible through the sheer volume of transactions that defied logical market behavior. As the federal net tightened, imperceptibly at first, Vance's paranoia spiked. He felt a disturbance in the force he commanded, a subtle shift in the air that his network breathed. He began to squeeze his associates harder, demanding more, trusting less. His suspicion fell on those closest to him, leading to harsh public rebukes and in thinly veiled threats. This heightened pressure pushed Elias Thorne to the brink. When Agent Harrison, armed with irrefutable financial data, approached Thorne with the undeniable truth of Vance and Sons Textiles being a money laundering hub, Thorne saw his chance. He wasn't flipping out of moral conviction, but out of self-preservation, tired of the constant dread and the looming threat from Vance. He provided the detailed internal workings, the offshore accounts, and the proof of the soft coercion that had bled the city dry. Arthur Vance was arrested not in a dramatic shootout, but in his opulent, quiet office, surrounded by the very ledgers and financial reports that had been his instruments of power. The charges were comprehensive: racketeering, money laundering, fraud, and a litany of other financial crimes. His empire, built on whispers and the illusion of invincibility, crumbled not under the weight of bullets or rival gangs, but under the meticulous scrutiny of bank statements and ledger entries. The quiet betrayal, the one that began with a few $100s and a nephew's subtle nudge, ensured that the architect's downfall was as methodical and understated as his rise, leaving behind only the cold, hard numbers of his undoing. The opening night of Crimson Horizon, a neo-noir film lauded for its gritty realism and surprising critical acclaim, seemed a triumph for Joseph Rossi, the maestro. Yet, beneath the glittering facade of Hollywood's new darling, whispers began to circulate about the true source of its generous funding. Could the maestro's deep, almost artistic immersion in legitimate ventures be the very thing that obscured the quiet rot within his empire? Or was it a carefully crafted illusion designed to distract from the meticulous financial machinations hidden in plain sight? Joseph Rossi earned his moniker, the Maestro, not from conducting orchestras, but from the almost artistic precision with which he orchestrated his vast criminal enterprise. Unlike the loud, brutish figures of yesteryear, Rossi was a man of culture and quiet refinement. His domain was the legitimate world high-end restaurants, exclusive jazz clubs, and increasingly independent film production houses in New York and later Los Angeles. His power was built on subtle influence, soft coercion, and the meticulous laundering of illicit funds through these glittering establishments. You'd find him at a premiere, not a back alley, his tailored suits and polite smile masking the intricate web of racketeering and extortion that hummed beneath the city's glamour. He understood that true control came not from fear, but from dependency. Local businesses willingly accepted his protection, viewing it as a reliable, albeit costly, form of insurance, and his investment in their ventures often meant they were quietly indebted to him. For decades, this subtle approach worked. Rossi's empire expanded quietly, an unseen leviathan in the economic currents of the East Coast. But the world was changing. The traditional ways of family business were giving way to complex federal investigations, sophisticated financial tracking, and new laws like RICO. Rossi, for all his adaptability, remained rooted in the old ethos of personal loyalty and face-to-face dealings. This stubborn adherence to the past became a vulnerability, especially as he ventured into the opaque world of international film financing, an arena far more complex than his familiar restaurant ledgers. He needed a bridge to this new world, and that bridge came in the form of his ambitious, pragmatic consigliere, Julian Thorne. Thorne was everything Rossi was not: younger, technologically adept, and utterly unsentimental. He saw the shift in the federal approach, the growing focus on financial forensics rather than violent busts. Thorne urged caution, suggesting a strategic retreat from some of the more exposed legitimate fronts. Rossi, however, saw Thorne's pragmatism as a lack of vision, an unwillingness to embrace the future he envisioned. The entertainment industry, Julian, Rossi would often say, his voice smooth as aged whiskey, is the ultimate illusion. It creates dreams, and in doing so, it creates infinite ways to hide realities. Rossi plunged deeper, pouring vast sums into film productions, believing the sheer complexity of Hollywood accounting would shield his true operations. The unraveling began not with a bang, but with a series of quiet, almost imperceptible missteps. Thorne, increasingly frustrated by Rossi's hubris and his refusal to adapt, began to subtly redirect information. He didn't actively betray Rossi by becoming an informant. His methods were far more insidious. When federal agents, specifically an emerging unit specializing in entertainment industry finance, began to show interest in Crimson Horizon and its unusually opaque funding structure, Thorne offered just enough misdirection to ensure they kept digging in the right places, while subtly obscuring some of Rossi's direct connections, leaving him exposed only through the paper trail he himself had insisted on creating. Thorne would misplace a file, accidentally omit a detail during a conversation with Rossi, or forget to relay a warning about a newly implemented financial reporting requirement. Each omission was small, inconsequential on its own, but together they formed a network of subtle vulnerabilities. The financial detectives, initially drawn by the sheer volume of Crimson Horizon's untraceable funds, followed the scent. They painstakingly unwound layers of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and the creative accounting practices common in film production, all of which Rossi had so confidently believed would protect him. What they found was not just standard tax evasion, but a sprawling network of money laundering tied directly to Rossi's legitimate businesses. The art of the illusion had become the very instrument of his downfall. Joseph the Maestro Rossi was arrested in his private screening room just after a successful test screening of his latest film. There was no dramatic raid, just a quiet knock on the door, and the polite but firm presence of federal agents. The charges were comprehensive: racketeering, money laundering, and conspiracy. His empire, built on an elegant facade and the quiet certainty of his own genius, collapsed not from external pressure, but from the cumulative weight of unheeded advice and a silent, internal defection by the man who saw the iceberg and simply chose not to steer the ship away. The curtain had fallen, not on a cinematic drama, but on the very real stage of his meticulously crafted life of crime. The old woman's hand trembled as she slid a worn, leather-bound ledger across the polished mahogany table, its pages filled with meticulous entries dating back decades. Detective Inspector Anya Sharma, a relative newcomer to the organized crime unit in London, felt a prickle of unease. This was not the usual hardened informant. This was Mrs. Evelyn Finch, a seemingly innocuous retired librarian who lived in a quiet, leafy suburb. What secrets could such a woman possibly hold about the elusive ghost of Fleet Street? A figure whose influence was whispered about but never seen, whose shadowy network seemed to control the very flow of information through the city's underbelly. For years, the ghost of Fleet Street was more of a legend than a man. Born Alistair Finch, though no one dared call him that, he had inherited a small, failing print shop from his father in the austere post-war years. But Alistair possessed a singular genius for leverage. He didn't traffic in drugs or protection rackets in the traditional sense. His currency was information, and his method was quiet, relentless blackmail. He knew every politician's secret, every judge's indiscretion, every financier's illicit dealings. His network wasn't composed of brute enforcers, but of quietly desperate individuals in positions of power, trapped by their own hidden vices. He provided a service, discreetly handling sensitive matters, burying embarrassing stories, or subtly nudging public opinion, all for a price. A steady stream of untraceable funds and, more importantly, a deeper web of favors and influence. His print shops, media consultancies, and even a chain of seemingly legitimate newsstands across London served as perfect fronts, funneling information in and out, laundering money, and providing cover for a chillingly effective system of soft coercion. Alistair Finch's primary confidant and silent partner was his own mother, Evelyn. She had been the quiet force behind the ledgers, the meticulous record keeper of every secret, every debt, every whispered promise. She was his eyes and ears in the seemingly mundane world, a brilliant intellect hidden behind a demure exterior. He trusted her implicitly, a bond forged not just by blood, but by a shared, almost clinical fascination with human weakness. But as Alistair's power grew, so too did his isolation. He became more reclusive, more paranoid, his interactions limited to hushed calls and encrypted messages. The pressure of maintaining his vast web of secrets began to take its toll, manifesting in increasingly erratic behavior and a cruel edge to his commands. He started to doubt everyone, even Evelyn, questioning her loyalty, scrutinizing her every move. He wasn't physically abusive, but his coldness, his intellectual dismissiveness, began to chip away at the formidable woman who had stood by him for so long. She saw him not as the clever son she once admired, but as a trapped, fearful man, consumed by the very darkness he wielded. The unraveling began subtly, a slow leak rather than a burst. It wasn't about money for Evelyn. It was about the crushing weight of secrets and the erosion of her son's humanity. She knew about Detective Inspector Sharma's quiet inquiries into the media consultancies, the faint whispers of irregularities in their financial filings. She also saw the deepening lines of fear and suspicion on Alistair's face, knowing it was only a matter of time before his paranoia turned fully on her. The ledger she presented to Sharma wasn't just a book of accounts. It was a key. It contained not only the intricate details of money laundering and hidden assets, but, more damningly, the precise dates, locations, and nature of the secrets that held prominent figures captive. It was a roadmap to every act of blackmail, every coerced decision, every whispered threat that had allowed Alistair to build his quiet empire. Detective Inspector Sharma, initially skeptical, found herself absorbed in Evelyn's methodical narrative. The old woman spoke with a detached calm, recounting decades of observations, of subtle manipulations, of the unseen threads that bound the city's elite to her son's will. She detailed how news stories were fabricated or buried, how sensitive documents were found or lost, and how financial transactions were laundered through a dizzying array of print advertising companies and public relations firms. The money wasn't flashy. It was simply absorbed into the legitimate business, making it incredibly difficult to trace. Alistair Finch, the ghost of Fleet Street, was apprehended not during a dramatic raid, but quietly at his secluded country estate, while meticulously shredding documents. The weight of the ledger, filled with his mother's precise hand, was undeniable. The evidence was not just financial. It was a devastating narrative of psychological control, a cold, calculated dismantling of reputations and lives. His empire, built on the fragile foundation of human shame, crumbled when the one person who knew every secret decided, silently, to release them all. Evelyn Finch, the quiet librarian, had not sought revenge, but simply an end to the charade, pulling the last, crucial thread that unraveled the ghost's carefully constructed world. the hushed tones of the auction room, filled with the scent of old money and newer ambition, were suddenly broken by a single, sharp gasp. A small, unassuming painting, dismissed by most as a minor piece from a forgotten artist, had just sold for 10 times its estimated value, purchased by a newly established art collective with an untraceable offshore funding source. Agent Isabella "Izzy" Vargas, whose expertise lay in the subtle currents of the global art market, felt a chill. Was this anomaly a mere coincidence, or the first tremor of a sophisticated new wave of money laundering, hinting at the quiet, almost artistic methods of a shadow figure known only as the Curator? The Curator was not a name uttered in fear, but in awe, or perhaps a curious blend of both. Unlike the loud, territorial gangsters of the past, Marcus Thorne, as he was known in certain circles, operated entirely within the rarefied atmosphere of high art and antiquities. His realm spanned from exclusive galleries in Paris to private collections in Geneva, from discreet auction houses in New York to hidden warehouses in the free ports of Switzerland. Thorne didn't deal in drugs or protection. His empire was built on art forgery, stolen artifacts, and, most lucratively, using the opaque, high-value art market as a perfect conduit for international money laundering. His strategy was elegant. Inflate the value of a lesser piece through a series of shell transactions, then sell it legitimately at its new, inflated price, effectively washing millions through a single brushstroke. He understood that art was not just about aesthetics. It was a perfect vehicle for moving vast sums of money, untraceably, across borders. Thorne had an uncanny eye for art, a genuine appreciation that made him seem more like a discerning collector than a criminal mastermind. This passion was his greatest asset and, ultimately, his most subtle flaw. His right-hand man, a quiet, brilliant art historian named Dr. Elias Vance, managed the intricate logistics of authentication, movement, and the delicate dance of value manipulation. Vance was methodical, meticulous, and utterly loyal to Thorne, whom he genuinely respected as a visionary. However, the quiet friction began not with a disagreement, but with a burgeoning rivalry. Thorne had recently brought in a young, flamboyant art dealer named Antoine Dubois, a man with a sharp mind for market trends but little regard for the meticulous, almost scholarly approach that Vance valued. Dubois advocated for faster, riskier flips, less subtlety, and a wider, more visible network of transactions. Thorne, increasingly seduced by the promise of exponential growth and the public recognition that Dubois sought, began to sideline Vance's cautious advice. Vance, in turn, felt his expertise undervalued, his meticulous work dismissed as antiquated. The tension was palpable, though unspoken, in the hushed conversations over rare canvases and ancient scrolls. The unraveling began when Dubois, in an attempt to impress Thorne and establish his own dominance, engineered the auction of the seemingly insignificant painting that Izzy Vargas noticed. He had pushed for an unusually aggressive bidding strategy, driving up the price far beyond what was discreet, attracting precisely the kind of unwanted attention that Vance had always meticulously avoided. It was a deviation from Thorne's carefully cultivated, quiet methods, a visible splash in the usually placid waters of the art world. This single, highly suspicious transaction landed squarely on Izzy Vargas's desk. Vargas, with her background in art history and financial forensics, began to methodically trace the collective's funding, then the previous owners and the subtle, almost invisible digital fingerprints left by the transactions. She uncovered a pattern of similar high-value, low-reputation art sales across multiple continents, all linked by a series of shell companies with ever so slightly overlapping directorships and untraceable digital footprints. The network was vast, but the pattern was becoming clear. As the pressure mounted from the slow, relentless federal investigation, Thorne became increasingly agitated. He began to lash out, first at Dubois for his recklessness, then subtly advance for his perceived slowness. Vance, witnessing Du Bois's increasing influence and Thorne's escalating paranoia, realized his position was untenable. He had dedicated years to Thorne, but he would not be sacrificed for Du Bois's hubris. Quietly, meticulously, Vance began to organize the evidence that Izzy Vargas would need. He didn't turn informer. He merely allowed certain files to become accessible through minor security lapses, created subtle digital trails that led to the full scope of Thorne's operations, and, most damningly, discovered and lost a series of encrypted communications detailing Thorne's explicit instructions for a new, even larger art forgery and laundering scheme. Marcus, the curator Thorne, was arrested at a private viewing in a secluded gallery in Geneva, admiring a newly acquired Renaissance masterpiece. The charges were staggering: international money laundering, art fraud, and racketeering. His empire, built on the beauty of deception and the silence of the art market, crumbled not with a grand exposé, but with the quiet, deliberate precision of a historian correcting a flawed narrative. The true art, it turned out, was in understanding the subtle currents of human nature and knowing precisely when to allow a masterpiece to be fully, devastatingly revealed. The scent of roasted coffee and the low hum of conversation usually filled the daily grind, a popular cafe nestled in a bustling European capital. But one morning, a seemingly innocuous detail, the consistent presence of an old, tattered copy of War and Peace on Table 7, always left slightly ajar, caught the eye of Inspector Lena Petrova. It was a small thing, an almost unnoticeable pattern amidst the urban chaos. Yet, could such a mundane object be a silent beacon, signaling the intricate, almost invisible network of the Whisperer, a figure whose influence flowed through the city's veins not through force, but through carefully cultivated secrets and quiet manipulations? Nikolai Volkov, known only as the Whisperer, had built his empire on information, not territory. In the post-Cold War landscape of a rapidly modernizing Eastern European nation, traditional organized crime was a blunt instrument. Volkov, however, understood the power of data. His network consisted not of thugs, but of disgruntled government clerks, underpaid financial analysts, and ambitious tech professionals. He acquired sensitive information, government tenders, corporate secrets, personal indiscretions of the elite, and sold it to the highest bidder, or, more often, used it as leverage for soft coercion. His legitimate fronts were seemingly innocuous: a chain of internet cafes, a small, but highly regarded, data recovery firm, and, of course, the daily grind, where subtle exchanges took place over steaming cups of coffee. Money laundering for Volkov was almost an afterthought, seamlessly integrated into the myriad small transactions of his businesses, a quiet hum in the background of legitimate commerce. Volkov was a master of discretion, his operations almost entirely digital, leaving barely a physical trace. He rarely met anyone in person, preferring encrypted communications and a complex relay system of trusted couriers. His most critical asset was his chief cryptographer and logistics manager, a brilliant, unassuming young man named Alexei Kuznetsov. Alexei was the architect of Volkov's digital fortress, ensuring the secure flow of information and the untraceability of funds. He was loyal not out of fear, but out of a deep intellectual respect for Volkov's strategic genius. However, a subtle shift began to occur in Volkov's operations. The relentless pressure of managing a vast, ever-growing information network began to erode his legendary caution. He started to take shortcuts, relying more on automated systems that Alexei had warned him about, becoming less meticulous in vetting his information sources. Simultaneously, Alexei himself was growing weary. He felt increasingly detached from the human consequences of the data he was manipulating, the lives subtly ruined, the companies quietly undermined. He also observed Volkov's increasing reliance on his algorithms, bordering on a dismissal of Alexei's own expertise and, more critically, his warnings about potential vulnerabilities in the very systems he had designed. The unraveling began when a newly implemented facial recognition system, deployed as part of a citywide smart infrastructure initiative, picked up a repeating pattern at the daily grind. The system flagged the same unidentified individual, a courier for Volkov, frequently interacting with different ordinary citizens who consistently left with or picked up the tattered copy of War and Peace from Table 7. This was a deviation from Volkov's usual hyper-discrete methods, a tiny physical pattern in a world of digital shadows. Inspector Petrova, alerted to this peculiar anomaly, decided to observe. She didn't find large sums of cash, but rather micro SD cards, discreetly swapped within the pages of the book, containing encrypted data. Petrova's investigation, initially met with skepticism by her superiors, was a painstaking process of mapping these seemingly random exchanges. She followed the couriers not to drug drops or weapons deals, but to government offices, financial institutions, and tech companies. She began to piece together a web of digital breadcrumbs, leading back to Volkov's data recovery firm. She found no overt criminality in the firm's ledgers, just a remarkably consistent flow of small, legitimate-looking payments that seemed to fund an unusually large data storage capacity. As the quiet pressure mounted and the federal investigators started to poke at the edges of his digital fortress, Volkov became desperate. He ordered Alexei to create even more complex encryption, to build new digital walls. But Alexei, seeing the inevitable, recognized his moment. He didn't directly betray Volkov by becoming an informant. Instead, during one of Volkov's increasingly frantic demands, Alexei subtly introduced a backdoor into the very encryption system he was designing, a tiny, almost undetectable vulnerability. He also, with plausible deniability, accidentally allowed a critical IP address log to be exposed during a routine system update, a log that pointed directly to Volkov's hidden servers. Nikolai, the Whisperer Volkov, was apprehended not in a dramatic raid, but in the sterile silence of his server room, surrounded by the humming machines that had been the heart of his power. The charges were intricate, focusing on data theft, industrial espionage, and systematic blackmail, all facilitated by the vast, untraceable flow of funds through his various businesses. His empire, built on the invisible currents of information and the quiet, almost artistic manipulation of data, crumbled not under the weight of an informant's testimony, but through the quiet, calculated precision of the very architect who had designed his digital world. The tattered book on Table 7, it turned out, had indeed been a silent beacon, guiding the light into the deepest shadows of his making. The old fisherman, pulling up his nets in the pre-dawn mist off the coast of Sicily, found not the usual bounty of the sea, but a single, remarkably ornate antique compass, encrusted with barnacles, yet surprisingly intact. It seemed an odd relic for these waters, far from any known shipwreck. Could this seemingly random discovery be a silent yet profound clue to the vast, almost mythical wealth of the navigator? A man whose influence was said to extend across the Mediterranean, his empire built not on land, but on the shifting tides of illicit trade and quiet diplomacy? Don Luciano, the navigator Moretti, was a figure of quiet legend, his power rooted not in overt displays of force, but in a profound understanding of global maritime trade and human connections. Based out of a seemingly unremarkable shipping company in Palermo, Moretti's true domain was the sea itself. His network spanned from the bustling ports of North Africa to the quiet coves of the Greek Isles, from the bustling docks of Naples to the refined drawing rooms of Geneva. He controlled the flow of contraband rare earth minerals, high-end counterfeit goods, and, occasionally, even human cargo, moving it with an efficiency and discretion that baffled law enforcement for decades. His genius lay in logistics, in understanding currents both oceanic and political, and in cultivating a network of tacitly complicit port authorities, shipping magnates, and customs officials. Money laundering for Moretti was an art form, his illicit gains seamlessly interwoven into the complex, legitimate financial transactions of his global shipping and import-export businesses. Moretti's operations were almost entirely self-contained, a meticulously managed ecosystem where loyalty was absolute, enforced not by fear of violence, but by the quiet certainty of ruin. His most trusted confidant and the architect of his financial labyrinth was his younger cousin, Isabella Moretti. Isabella was a financial prodigy, educated in the finest European business schools, who had chosen to apply her formidable intellect to the family's clandestine affairs. She built the intricate web of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and seemingly legitimate investments in logistics and warehousing that made Luciano's empire appear impregnable. She was the one who could make millions disappear into the legitimate flow of global trade, leaving barely a ripple. However, a generational rift began to widen within the Moretti family. Luciano, with his old-world sensibilities, prioritized tradition, discretion, and the maintenance of a low profile. Isabella, on the other hand, saw opportunities for expansion, for leveraging new technologies, for diversifying into areas that Luciano considered too risky or too modern. She advocated for integrating more legitimate, publicly visible ventures, believing it would create an even thicker veil of respectability. Luciano, increasingly set in his ways, resisted, viewing her ambition as recklessness. He saw her growing influence as a potential threat to the very discretion he held paramount. The unraveling began when Isabella, frustrated by Luciano's resistance and sensing the shifting tides of global finance, subtly altered one of the family's most sacred unwritten rules: never to overinvest in a single, easily identifiable, legitimate venture. She quietly poured a significant, disproportionate amount of laundered capital into a single, high-profile luxury yacht manufacturing company in a neutral European country. She believed the sheer scale and complexity of the venture would offer impenetrable cover. However, this company, precisely because of its high profile and sudden, unexplained growth, attracted the notice of a new multinational task force specifically targeting large-scale maritime financial irregularities. The discovery of the antique compass, an item linked to a centuries-old Sicilian maritime legend and coincidentally to a specific, almost forgotten family legend of the Morettis, also subtly drew attention to the area. While not direct evidence, it added a layer of historical intrigue that spurred investigators to dig deeper into the region's shipping networks. The task force, led by a quiet, persistent investigator named Inspector Duval from Europol, began to meticulously trace the sudden influx of capital into the yacht company. They didn't find traditional drug money trails. Instead, they found an incredibly complex, almost artistic pattern of money flowing through obscure holding companies registered in island nations, then through a series of art acquisitions, finally pooling into the yacht manufacturer. The sheer volume and the unusual nature of the investments were the red flags. As the quiet pressure mounted and the task force began to close in, Luciano, now deeply paranoid, started to turn on Isabella. He accused her of recklessness, of betraying his trust, of bringing unwanted attention to the family. He began to demand increasingly desperate measures to obscure the paper trail, measures that Isabella knew were futile and would only expose them further. Isabella, realizing Luciano's actions would eventually lead to their mutual ruin, made a calculated decision. She didn't inform in the traditional sense. Instead, during a frantic late-night meeting with Luciano, she subtly, almost imperceptibly, forgot to properly encrypt a crucial set of financial ledgers when she sent them to a backup server. She then misplaced the physical key to a secure vault containing the master ledger of their illicit cargo movements, knowing that a desperate Luciano would eventually force the issue, and the lost key would inevitably be discovered during the inevitable federal search. Don Luciano, the navigator Moretti, was apprehended not on the high seas, but in his opulent office overlooking the port of Palermo, amidst maps and shipping manifests. The charges against him were extensive: international money laundering, conspiracy, and operating an unregistered shipping conglomerate involved in illicit trade. His empire, built on the shifting tides of global commerce and the quiet certainty of his own untouchability, crumbled not from an external attack, but from the quiet, almost imperceptible hand of the very architect who had designed its intricate financial charts. The antique compass, a symbol of his family's maritime heritage, had, in a strange twist of fate, marked the true north of his quiet, yet devastating, downfall. The flickering neon sign of the Blue Note, a seemingly innocuous jazz club in the heart of Chicago, cast long, distorted shadows onto the wet pavement one late autumn night. Inside, the smooth improvisation of a saxophone wailed, yet beneath the music, a subtle discord was playing out. Detective Miles Corbin, nursing a lukewarm coffee across the street, noted the unusual frequency of late-night inventory deliveries, crates arriving after hours, far too heavy for mere liquor bottles. Could this quiet, rhythmic comings and goings be the unseen pulse of the conductor, a shadowy figure whose influence orchestrated not just music, but the subtle, systematic control of the city's underground economy through seemingly legitimate entertainment? Elias, the conductor Thorne, was a different breed of criminal. He operated not with brute force, but with a refined sense of theatricality and an almost invisible hand. His domain was the city's nightlife. Jazz clubs, speakeasies that had quietly endured prohibition, and later, a network of seemingly legitimate entertainment venues. He didn't run traditional rackets. Instead, he controlled the flow of high-end, untaxed luxury goods, rare spirits, exotic cigars, and occasionally smuggled art through his venues, using them as discreet distribution hubs. His power was built on soft coercion, offering exclusive booking opportunities, favorable loan terms, and protection that no establishment dared refuse. This ensured a steady, untraceable flow of money into his coffers, laundered through inflated bar tabs, phantom talent fees, and the labyrinthine accounting of entertainment businesses. The violence was always just offstage, a whispered possibility, never a direct threat. Thorne was a connoisseur of performance, not just on stage, but in every aspect of his life. His primary enforcer and logistics manager was a former boxer named Vincent "Vinny" Gallo, a man of quiet strength and unwavering loyalty. Vinny handled the physical movement of goods, the persuasion of reluctant club owners, and the general maintenance of Thorne's carefully constructed illusion of legitimate enterprise. He trusted Thorne implicitly, believing in the conductor's vision of a new, more elegant form of criminal enterprise. However, the quiet friction began not with a betrayal, but with a cultural clash. Thorne, ever the artist, began to lose interest in the mundane details of his illicit trade. He became obsessed with expanding his legitimate entertainment empire, dreaming of opening a grand, opulent theater, a true monument to his refined taste. This obsession led him to take increasingly reckless risks, pouring vast amounts of illicit funds into highly visible, capital-intensive projects. Vinny, a man of practicalities and shadows, grew increasingly uncomfortable. He saw Thorne's ambition as a dangerous departure from their core principle of discretion. He warned against the grand theater, arguing it would draw too much attention, too much scrutiny. Thorne, however, dismissed Vinny's concerns as small-minded, viewing his loyalty as simplistic rather than strategic. The unraveling began subtly, a faint off-key note in the conductor's carefully orchestrated symphony. The repeated late-night inventory deliveries at the Blue Note caught the eye of Detective Miles Corbin. who specialized in financial anomalies within seemingly legitimate businesses. He noticed the pattern of these heavy crates moving between Thorne's various establishments and then, strangely, out to private residences of wealthy individuals who were not typically associated with bulk liquor purchases. He began to trace the financial trails, not looking for direct illicit payments, but for the unusual volume of legitimate-looking transactions that masked the movement of untaxed goods. Corbin's investigation was a slow burn, meticulously documenting the flow of talent fees to phantom artists, the inflated costs of club renovations, and the strangely high security expenses that seemed to correlate with the movement of these heavy crates. He also noticed that the revenue generated by these clubs didn't quite align with the sheer volume of inventory moving through them, suggesting a significant portion was never declared. As the quiet pressure mounted and the federal financial investigators began to circle, Thorne became increasingly erratic. His artistic temperament turned into a volatile impatience. He lashed out at Vinny, accusing him of lacking vision, of failing to appreciate the scale of the empire he was building. He demanded that Vinny find new, faster ways to move money, to obscure the burgeoning legitimate empire from any scrutiny, pushing Vinny to expose himself in ways he had always avoided. Vinny, loyal though he was, realized Thorne's hubris would eventually lead them both to ruin. He didn't directly betray Thorne. Instead, during a particularly fraught discussion about a new shipping route for a batch of rare artifacts, Vinny subtly miscommunicated a key detail to a customs officer he had always kept on a quiet payroll. He also accidentally left a secure ledger detailing the true contents of the inventory deliveries, in a place where it would be found by a trusted yet compromised subordinate, knowing it would eventually make its way to law enforcement. Elias, the conductor Thorne, was apprehended not at a grand opening, but in the quiet, empty rehearsal room of his beloved theater project, surrounded by blueprints and the ghosts of unplayed melodies. The charges against him were comprehensive: racketeering, systematic tax evasion, and conspiracy to smuggle high-end goods. His empire, built on the delicate balance of illusion and the quiet hum of illicit trade, crumbled not under a direct assault, but from the cumulative weight of unheeded warnings and the quiet, almost mournful withdrawal of loyalty from the very man who had once choreographed his shadow movements. The final act for the conductor was a silent one, performed for an audience of federal agents. The old lighthouse keeper, a stoic figure who had watched the churning North Sea for 50 years, reported a peculiar anomaly. A sleek, unmarked vessel, seemingly a fishing trawler, consistently appeared in the same remote stretch of water, far from any known fishing grounds, always under the cloak of thick fog. He noted its precise, almost synchronized movements with the subtle shifts in the offshore currents. Could this quiet, persistent phantom ship be the silent heart of the banker, a figure whose influence, though never seen, was whispered to control the very pulse of illicit finance across Northern Europe, his empire built on the invisible currents of digital money and the quiet hum of untraceable transactions? Henrik Lund, known as the Banker, was a phantom in the world of organized crime. He operated not with muscle, but with code. His domain was the dark web, the encrypted channels of global finance, and a network of seemingly legitimate tech startups and digital currency exchanges across Northern Europe. Lund didn't deal in tangible contraband. His business was pure, high-volume money laundering, providing an almost invisible service for various criminal organizations across the continent. He would take dirty money from drug cartels, human traffickers, cybercriminals, and, through a complex series of tumbling, mixing, and layering techniques involving cryptocurrencies and shell corporations, return it as clean, untraceable funds. His genius lay in his anonymity, his ability to create perfectly legitimate-looking digital paper trails, leaving no physical trace, no identifiable connection to any illicit activity. The North Sea fishing trawler, was one of his few physical anchors, a secure, floating data center that allowed him to conduct his most sensitive transactions outside conventional jurisdictions, powered by satellite internet and untraceable power sources. Lund was a recluse, interacting only through encrypted channels, trusting no one entirely. His operations were so decentralized, so abstract, that it was nearly impossible to pinpoint a single point of failure. His most critical asset was his lead systems architect, a brilliant but deeply introverted coder named Anya Sharma. Anya was the one who designed the intricate algorithms for money tumbling, who built the secure communication protocols, and who ensured the flawless, anonymous movement of billions across the digital ether. She was loyal not out of fear, but from a shared intellectual fascination with the elegance of their solutions, a belief that they were pushing the boundaries of what was possible in digital finance. However, a subtle ideological rift began to form between Lund and Anya. Lund, driven by pure profit, became increasingly reckless, accepting larger and larger volumes of illicit funds, broadening his client base to include increasingly violent and dangerous organizations. He began to demand shortcuts, pushing Anya to compromise on the very security protocols she had so meticulously designed, favoring speed and volume over absolute anonymity. Anya, on the other hand, was growing increasingly disturbed by the real-world implications of their work, the violence and suffering that their clean money enabled. She saw Lund's growing greed as a betrayal of their original, almost academic pursuit of perfect digital obfuscation. The unraveling began subtly, a faint shimmer in the vast digital ocean. The lighthouse keeper's persistent reports about the ghost ship, combined with an increasing number of unusually sophisticated cyber laundering incidents flagged by Europol's nascent cybercrime division, piqued the interest of a veteran financial crimes investigator, Inspector Klaus Richter. Richter, a man who understood both traditional finance and emerging digital threats, began to build a profile of the banker, not by tracing money, but by mapping the digital footprints of the cyber laundering schemes. He noticed a common, almost artistic signature in the code used for the most complex transactions, a unique digital fingerprint. Richter's investigation was painstaking, a deep dive into the almost infinite ocean of financial data. He didn't look for a smoking gun. He looked for patterns, for anomalies in the digital noise. He noticed the sudden, untraceable spikes in activity from the specific regions where the ghost ship was sighted, a correlation that seemed too precise to be mere coincidence. He realized that the digital money trails, though incredibly complex, always seemed to originate or terminate through a series of offshore digital currency exchanges that shared subtle, almost imperceptible, infrastructural similarities. As the quiet pressure mounted and Richter's team began to probe the outer layers of Lund's digital empire, Lund became increasingly paranoid. He pushed Anya harder, demanding new, even more impenetrable layers of encryption, demanding that she disappear any potential digital traces. But Anya, realizing Lund's actions were becoming desperate and would eventually lead to their exposure, made a critical, quiet decision. She didn't become an informant in the traditional sense. Instead, during a frantic late-night demand from Lund for a new, unbreakable encryption key for a massive upcoming transfer, Anya subtly, almost imperceptibly, embedded a series of debug codes and a hidden kill switch into the core algorithm. She then accidentally left a single, encrypted metadata file accessible on a seemingly disconnected server, a file that, when decrypted by Richter's team, would reveal the precise GPS coordinates of the floating data center. Henrik the banker Lund was apprehended not in a dramatic raid, but quietly, aboard his floating data center in the middle of the North Sea, surrounded by the humming servers that had been the heart of his unseen empire. The charges against him were unprecedented. Operating a transnational money laundering syndicate, conspiracy to commit cyber fraud, and aiding and abetting numerous international criminal organizations. His empire, built on the invisible currents of digital finance and the quiet certainty of his own anonymity, crumbled not under the weight of an informant's testimony, but through the quiet, precise intervention of the very architect who had designed his digital world. The silent, persistent ghost ship had finally been unmasked, revealing the true scale of the banker's shadowy domain. The old, ornate clock tower in the city square, a landmark that had stood for centuries, suddenly stopped at precisely midnight. It was a minor malfunction, easily dismissed as a quirk of aging machinery. Yet, for Superintendent Eleanor Vance, a veteran detective in a sprawling metropolitan police force, it felt like more than just a coincidence. This very clock tower was the silent anchor for the watchmaker, a shadowy figure whose influence was said to permeate the city's highest echelons, his empire built not on overt crime, but on the precise, meticulous timing of information, influence, and the quiet blackmail of the powerful. Could the sudden stillness of time itself be a subtle signal of disruption in an otherwise perfectly ordered world? Silas, the watchmaker Croft, was a master of precision and leverage. He didn't run traditional criminal rackets. His business was the subtle manipulation of time, information, and people. His legitimate front was Timeless Horology, a prestigious, seemingly innocuous antique clock and watch repair shop nestled in a quiet, exclusive district. But within the shop's meticulously organized chaos, and deep within its hidden workshops, lay the heart of his true enterprise. Croft acquired sensitive information from city contracts, zoning permits, upcoming infrastructure projects, and the personal lives of influential figures, and then used it to subtly nudge events to ensure that certain businesses won bids, that specific properties were rezoned, or that inconvenient investigations simply faded away. His network wasn't made of muscle, but of quietly indebted politicians, city planners, and even journalists, all caught in a web of carefully timed revelations or suppressions. Money laundering for Croft was seamless, woven into the astronomical prices of rare antique timepieces, and through the quiet consulting fees associated with his urban development advisories. Croft was a man of routines, a creature of precise habits. His entire life was governed by the rhythm of clocks and the predictable nature of human ambition. His most trusted confidant and the keeper of his vast, intricate web of information was his grandniece, Clara Jenkins. Clara was a brilliant archivist, a young woman with a photographic memory and an uncanny ability to cross-reference disparate pieces of data. She maintained the physical and digital archives of Croft's empire, ensuring that every secret, every favor, every lever of influence was meticulously cataloged and retrievable at a moment's notice. She admired Croft's intellectual prowess, the sheer elegance of his silent control. However, a quiet ideological divide began to emerge between Croft and Clara. Croft, with his old-world sensibilities, believed in absolute, centralized control, keeping all information under lock and key. Clara, on the other hand, saw the increasing risks of such a bottleneck. She advocated for a more decentralized system, for subtle redundancies, and for leveraging newer, less traceable digital methods for information dissemination and money flow, arguing it would make their operations more resilient. Croft dismissed her ideas as naive, a betrayal of the meticulous, hands-on control he prided himself on. He became increasingly dismissive of her warnings about digital vulnerabilities, convinced that his analog world was impenetrable. The unraveling began when the old clock tower stopped. It wasn't just a random event. It was a deliberate act of sabotage, a subtle glitch orchestrated by a rival who knew Croft's almost superstitious reliance on its consistent operation. The stoppage, though minor, created a cascade of small delays in Croft's meticulously timed information releases, causing ripple effects in several sensitive city projects. This minor disruption, unusual for an operation known for its absolute precision, caught the attention of Superintendent Eleanor Vance, who had long suspected a hidden hand in the city's seemingly random political and economic shifts. Vance's investigation was a slow, methodical assembly of disparate data points. She started tracking anomalies in property development, sudden shifts in voting patterns in city council meetings, and unusually suppressed news stories. She found no overt links to violence or traditional crime, but an overwhelming pattern of advantageous timing, of insider knowledge leveraged with uncanny precision. Her focus turned to timeless horology, not because of direct evidence, but because of its central, almost symbolic location and the odd, almost ritualistic movements of various city figures in and out of the unassuming shop. As the quiet pressure mounted and Vance's team began to build a circumstantial case around the sheer statistical improbability of Croft's continuous good fortune, Croft became increasingly agitated. He pushed Clara harder, demanding that she find the source of the glitch and demanding increasingly desperate, visible acts of influence to regain control. But Clara, seeing the inevitable collapse of an empire built on an outdated system, and weary of Croft's escalating paranoia and dismissal of her expertise, made a quiet, definitive choice. She didn't inform directly. Instead, during a frantic late-night demand from Croft to erase a crucial set of compromising files, Clara subtly altered the data, corrupting them just enough to render them useless to Croft, but leaving them recoverable by a sophisticated forensic team. She also misplaced a specific, seemingly innocuous antique watch, one that contained a tiny, hidden microphone recording Croft's most damning conversations for years, knowing it would eventually be found during a raid. Silas, the watchmaker Croft, was apprehended not in a dramatic confrontation, but quietly, in his antique shop, surrounded by the ticking mechanisms of his life's work. The charges against him were complex: systemic blackmail, corruption, and financial fraud through illicit influence. His empire, built on the precise timing of secrets and the illusion of absolute control, crumbled not from a grand exposé, but from the quiet, almost imperceptible shift of the sands of time, accelerated by the very person who had once meticulously catalogued every second of his power. The old clock tower remained stopped, a silent testament to the watchmaker's ultimate, unraveling lack of control. The faint scent of old books and dust usually filled the grand reading room of the city's most prestigious university library. But one brisk morning, a subtle anomaly caught the attention of Dr. Eris Thorne, a visiting professor of ancient languages. A single, leather-bound volume of obscure Latin texts, always found open to the same blank page in the reserved section, despite no apparent borrower. It was a minuscule detail, yet for Thorne, whose true calling was a quiet, deep-seated passion for patterns in human behavior, it felt like a silent, deliberate signal. Could such an innocent object be the unseen conduit for the scribe, a figure whose influence was whispered to control the very narratives of the city's power elite? His empire built on the quiet falsification of history and the systematic manipulation of public memory? Elias the scribe Vance was a scholar, a man of profound intellect who understood that power in the modern age lay not just in controlling wealth or force, but in shaping information. His legitimate front was Vance Historical Archives, a highly respected, seemingly invaluable consultancy for historical research and genealogical services. But within its hallowed, climate-controlled archives, and through its subtle digital networks, lay the true heart of his enterprise. Vance acquired sensitive documents, old wills, land deeds, academic records, even personal diaries, and then, through a meticulous process of forgery, subtle alteration, and strategic rediscovery, he rewrote histories, legitimizing dubious claims to wealth, discrediting political opponents, or quietly reshaping public perception to favor his clandestine clients. His network wasn't built on fear, but on the quiet desperation of individuals seeking to sanitize their pasts or secure their futures. Money laundering for Vance was an elegant process, woven into the astronomical research fees for complex historical projects, the acquisition costs for rare documents, and the consulting fees for his reputation management services. Vance was a recluse, a man who preferred the company of dusty tomes to the clamor of the modern world. His operations were so discreet, so intellectually complex, that they were almost impossible to detect. His most critical asset was his chief archivist and digital forger, a brilliant, unassuming young woman named Lena Morozov. Lena was the one who meticulously altered documents, who created perfectly authentic-looking digital copies of falsified records, and who ensured the seamless integration of these fabricated histories into legitimate databases. She was loyal not out of fear, but from a profound intellectual respect for Vance's genius, a shared fascination with the power of narrative. However, a quiet ethical conflict began to simmer within Lena. Vance, driven by the intellectual challenge and the sheer profit, became increasingly audacious, accepting commissions that involved rewriting significant historical events, essentially erasing truth on a grand scale. He pushed Lena to compromise on the very historical integrity she held sacred, favoring speed and volume over absolute authenticity. Lena, on the other hand, was growing increasingly disturbed by the real-world implications of their work. The legitimate scholars whose reputations were undermined, the families whose true histories were erased, and the public discourse that was subtly poisoned by their carefully crafted falsehoods. She saw Vance's growing detachment from truth as a betrayal of their original, almost artistic pursuit of perfect historical mimicry. The unraveling began subtly, a faint dissonance in the grand symphony of historical record. The blank page in the Latin text at the university library, a place where Lena often left a dummy copy to signal her completed work to a trusted, but unknowingly compromised, courier, caught the attention of Dr. Eris Thorne. Thorne, with his deep understanding of historical texts and his keen eye for minute discrepancies, noticed the subtle, almost invisible watermark on the paper, a new high-tech archival paper that was far too modern for such an old book. This minuscule detail, unusual for such an old volume, piqued his academic curiosity. Thorne's research was a slow, methodical unraveling of what he initially thought was a clever academic hoax. He didn't look for overt criminality. He looked for anachronisms, for patterns of inconsistencies in seemingly legitimate historical documents, and for unusual surges in historical research requests that seemed to coincide with major financial or political shifts. His focus turned to Vance historical archives not because of direct evidence, but because of its prominent role in several recently rediscovered documents that, to his scholar's eye, felt subtly wrong. As the quiet pressure mounted and Thorne's academic inquiries began to overlap with a broader federal investigation into historical document fraud, Vance became increasingly agitated. He pushed Lena harder, demanding that she create even more impenetrable layers of historical deception, demanding that she erase any potential digital or physical traces of their alterations. But Lena, realizing Vance's actions were becoming desperate and would eventually expose them both, made a critical, quiet decision. She didn't inform directly. Instead, during a frantic late-night demand from Vance to forge a critical historical treaty, Lena subtly, almost imperceptibly, embedded a series of metadata errors and a hidden digital key into the newly created digital files. She then accidentally allowed a single encrypted hard drive containing the original untainted versions of several key falsified documents to become corrupted and fall into the hands of a seemingly legitimate IT consultant who, unbeknownst to Vance, was an undercover federal agent. Elias, the scribe Vance, was apprehended not in a dramatic raid, but quietly, in his meticulously organized archive, surrounded by the historical documents that had been the foundation of his unseen empire. The charges against him were unique: systematic historical fraud, identity theft through falsified genealogies, and money laundering through illicit research fees. His empire, built on the quiet falsification of history and the illusion of absolute truth, crumbled not under the weight of a direct confession, but through the quiet, precise intervention of the very archivist who had once meticulously crafted his fabricated narratives. The blank page in the old Latin text, it turned out, had indeed been the subtle opening into the scribe's meticulously rewritten world. The city's grandest new skyscraper, a shimmering beacon of modern architecture, stood proudly against the evening sky. Yet, a peculiar detail caught the attention of Detective Inspector Anya Sharma, whose expertise lay in the subtle, often unseen, movements of vast sums of capital. The single, perpetually dark floor near the building's apex, despite the supposed full occupancy. It was a minor anomaly, easily dismissed in a metropolis of millions, but could this silent, unlit space be the hidden nerve center for the developer? A figure whose influence was rumored to shape the very skyline, his empire built not on bricks and mortar, but on the quiet manipulation of zoning laws and the systematic ghosting of illicit funds through legitimate construction. Anton Volkov, known as the developer, was a man of ambition, his vision for the city reaching higher than any building. He operated not with overt threats, but with the quiet promise of immense profit and the subtle wielding of influence. His legitimate front was Zenith Holdings, a rapidly expanding real estate development firm responsible for some of the city's most prestigious projects. But beneath the polished blueprints and gleaming facades, Volkov's true genius lay in exploiting loopholes, manipulating zoning laws through discreet bribes, and leveraging insider information to acquire prime real estate at rock-bottom prices. His primary business was large-scale money laundering, integrating illicit funds from various sources into the colossal, complex financial flows of multi-million-dollar construction projects. He understood that the sheer scale and opacity of real estate finance provided perfect cover, allowing him to wash billions through legitimate-looking investments, inflated material costs, and phantom subcontractors. Volkov was a master planner, his operations meticulously orchestrated like a complex construction project. His most critical asset was his chief financial officer, a quiet, brilliant accountant named Sasha Petrov. Sasha was the one who designed the intricate financial models, who created the labyrinthine network of shell companies, and who ensured the seamless integration of illicit funds into Zenith Holdings' legitimate balance sheets. He was loyal to Volkov, not out of fear, but from a shared intellectual fascination with the sheer complexity and elegance of their financial architecture. However, a subtle philosophical rift began to emerge between Volkov and Sasha. Volkov, driven by an insatiable hunger for larger projects and greater prestige, became increasingly reckless. He began to demand shortcuts, pushing Sasha to compromise on the very financial discretion that had been their greatest protection, favoring speed and volume over absolute untraceability. Sasha, on the other hand, was growing increasingly disturbed by the sheer scale of the illicit funds they were handling and the growing number of powerful, unsavory figures they were inadvertently doing business with. He saw Volkov's escalating hubris as a dangerous exposure, a betrayal of their original, almost academic pursuit of perfect financial obfuscation. The unraveling began subtly, a tiny crack in the magnificent facade. The perpetually dark floor in the new skyscraper, designed by Sasha as a secure, off-the-books data center and meeting space, was meant to be invisible. But its consistent lack of activity in a building otherwise buzzing with life caught the keen eye of Inspector Sharma, who instinctively understood that true power often hid in plain sight, or in this case, in plain darkness. This minuscule detail, unusual for such a high-profile, fully rented building, piqued her investigative curiosity. Sharma's investigation was a slow, methodical process of connecting seemingly disparate dots across the city's booming construction landscape. She didn't find overt signs of criminality. Instead, she found a pattern of unusually rapid project approvals, inexplicable shifts in zoning regulations, and a remarkably consistent stream of investors whose origins were impossibly opaque. Her focus turned to Zenith Holdings, not because of a direct tip, but because of its uncanny ability to secure the most lucrative projects with an almost supernatural ease. She began to audit the financial flows, not looking for direct illicit payments, but for the unusual volume of legitimate-looking transactions that masked the true source of capital. As the quiet pressure mounted and Sharma's team began to probe the outer layers of Volkov's financial empire, Volkov became increasingly agitated. He pushed Sasha harder, demanding that he create even more impenetrable layers of financial deception, demanding that he disappear any potential digital traces. But Sasha, realizing Volkov's actions were becoming desperate and would eventually expose them both, made a critical, quiet decision. He didn't inform directly. Instead, during a frantic late-night demand from Volkov to scrub a crucial set of financial records, Sasha subtly, almost imperceptibly, embedded a series of ghost transactions and a hidden digital breadcrumb into the newly created, supposedly clean ledgers. He then accidentally left a single encrypted laptop containing the original untainted versions of several key laundered project budgets in a seemingly abandoned office in the perpetually dark floor, knowing it would eventually be discovered during a search warrant. Anton, the developer Volkov, was apprehended not in a dramatic confrontation on a construction site, but quietly, in his pristine penthouse office overlooking the city, surrounded by blueprints of future projects. The charges against him were extensive: systemic money laundering, bribery, and financial fraud through inflated construction costs. His empire, built on the illusion of progress and the quiet certainty of his own untouchability, crumbled not under the weight of a traditional informant, but through the quiet, precise intervention of the very architect who had designed his financial world. The dark floor in the skyscraper, a silent testament to his hidden operations, had ultimately become the quiet beacon for his downfall. A single, misplaced decimal point in a customs form. That was all it took for the edifice to begin its slow, silent crumble. But how could such a minor clerical error expose a criminal enterprise built on millions? In the heart of bustling New York City, circa 1958, stood the unassuming facade of Finch and Sons Silk Imports. To the casual observer, Alistair Finch was a man of impeccable taste and shrewd business acumen, known for his exquisite silks imported from the Far East. His office, a sanctuary of hushed conversations and the soft rustle of fine fabrics, exuded an air of old-world respectability. Yet, beneath this polished veneer, Finch and Sons was a meticulously crafted conduit for an extensive money laundering operation, a vital artery for a powerful syndicate that preferred whispers to shouts and ledgers to brute force. Alistair had built his empire on quiet coercion and an uncanny ability to identify vulnerabilities. He didn't threaten with fists, but with the subtle erosion of a person's reputation, the exposure of a hidden truth, or the strategic manipulation of financial leverage. His network extended from dockworkers who overlooked discrepancies in manifests to bank clerks who turned a blind eye to unusually large cash deposits. The silk imports were merely a convenient, high-value commodity to justify the vast sums of money flowing through his accounts, making illicit gains appear to be legitimate profits from international trade. For nearly 2 decades, the system operated flawlessly. Funds moved from illicit ventures, illegal gambling dens, discreet blackmail schemes targeting influential figures, and underground loan sharking operations through a labyrinth of shell corporations and offshore accounts, before finally re-emerging as revenue from Finch and Sons. The syndicate valued Alistair for his discretion and ingenuity, his capacity to transform dirty money into clean capital without drawing undue attention. He was an artist of obfuscation, his canvas the complex tapestry of international finance. The first tremor in this seemingly unshakable structure came not from a rival gang or an aggressive police raid, but from a new, exceptionally meticulous auditor at the Treasury Department a man named Arthur Vance. Arthur was not interested in grand conspiracies. He was driven by a quiet, almost obsessive attention to detail. He saw numbers not just as figures, but as stories. And the story told by Finch and Son's meticulously balanced books, while appearing perfect on the surface, had a peculiar rhythm that struck him as just slightly off. It began with the discrepancy of the decimal point, a minuscule error on a declaration for a shipment of raw silk from Hangzhou. It was quickly corrected, almost dismissed, but it piqued Vance's curiosity. Why was such a high-value commodity declared with such a basic error? And why did the corrected figures, when cross-referenced with global market prices for that specific grade of silk, seem marginally inflated? He dug deeper, not with suspicion, but with a methodical desire for absolute accuracy. Vance spent weeks poring over Finch and Son's historical records, noticing subtle patterns. Unusual shipping routes for certain types of silk that defied economic logic, slight overestimations in declared weight that, when compounded, accounted for significant differences, and payments routed through seemingly unrelated holding companies in countries with opaque financial regulations. Each discovery was a loose thread. Alistair, initially unconcerned, found himself increasingly unnerved by the persistent, polite inquiries from Vance's office. The questions weren't accusatory, merely inquisitive, yet they drilled deeper than any law enforcement agency had ever managed. The true moment of unraveling arrived not with an arrest, but with a quiet, persistent phone call. Vance had uncovered a pattern of identical, small, recurring payments from a shell company linked to Finch and Sons to a series of seemingly unrelated, small-town bakeries and laundromats across the country. These businesses, on their own, were insignificant, but collectively, their cash flow, when traced back, perfectly mirrored the missing funds from various illicit operations Vance had incidentally cross-referenced from unrelated investigations. It was a classic smuffing operation, broken down into tiny, undetectable transactions, but Alistair's intricate network had relied on its sheer scale to remain hidden. Vance's persistent scrutiny had revealed the mosaic beneath the single, corrected decimal point. Alistair Finch was never publicly paraded as a notorious gangster. His fall was as understated as his rise. Facing an incontrovertible mountain of financial evidence meticulously compiled by Vance, and realizing the syndicate could no longer afford the scrutiny he was attracting, he made a quiet deal. He was offered a reduced sentence in exchange for providing details on the deeper financial structures of the organization, a strategy of quiet defection to preserve what little remained of his world. His empire didn't collapse in a hail of gunfire, but in the sterile silence of a federal conference room, dismantled by the methodical click of an auditor's pen, proving that sometimes the most dangerous weapon is not a bullet, but an uncompromising commitment to detail. A long-lost Peter Bruegel the Elder painting, thought incinerated in a Berlin library fire during World War II, suddenly reappeared in a discreet private collection in Geneva, authenticated by several reputable, if somewhat surprised, art historians. Yet, why did Professor Eleanor Vance, a leading authority on Northern Renaissance art, feel a distinct chill, a nagging sense that something profoundly beautiful was also profoundly wrong? In the hushed, almost monastic quiet of a hidden London studio, Elias Thorne, known only as the Artisan in the most exclusive and illicit art circles, meticulously added the finishing touches to what he considered his magnum opus. For over 2 decades, Elias had been the phantom limb of the art world, a master forger whose works were so meticulously crafted, so utterly convincing, that they often fooled the most discerning eyes and even advanced scientific analyses. He didn't steal, he created. His genius lay not just in replicating brushstrokes or pigments, but in understanding the soul of a painting, the subtle decay of age, the faint dust of centuries. His network was built on an invisible web of highly discreet collectors, art dealers with questionable ethics, and even museum curators, all seeking to acquire a masterpiece that couldn't possibly exist or replace one that was too risky to display. Elias's method was less about grand heists and more about intellectual supremacy. He delved into historical archives, studying not just an artist's technique but their materials, their habits, the very climate of the era in which they worked. He sourced period canvases, aged them in controlled environments, and recreated pigment mixtures with chemical precision that bordered on alchemy. His crimes were of the mind, a silent challenge to the established order of authenticity. He would often create a lost masterpiece, arrange for its discovery in some obscure attic or forgotten vault, and then facilitate its sale to an eager, unsuspecting buyer, thereby injecting perfectly laundered funds into the syndicate's coffers, all under the guise of legitimate art transactions. The Bruegel, depicting a vibrant, chaotic village festival, was a testament to his skill. He had chosen this particular painting precisely because it was widely believed to be destroyed, making its reappearance a sensation that would naturally bypass many layers of suspicion. He had spent years researching the painting's original creation, its materials, the specific nuances of Bruegel's later period. The plan for its discovery was intricate, involving a dilapidated Swiss chalet and a fabricated will. Professor Eleanor Vance, called in as a tertiary authenticator for the Bruegel, was initially captivated. The painting breathed with the spirit of the old master. Yet, as days turned into weeks of intense scrutiny, a whisper of unease began to echo in her mind. It wasn't anything obvious, no glaring anachronism, no crude brushstroke. It was far more subtle, a feeling almost akin to synesthesia, where one sense experiences something typically associated with another. The painting felt too perfect. The unraveling began with a tiny, almost imperceptible detail. Eleanor had always held a particular fascination for Bruegel's use of color, especially his blues. She recalled a highly obscure, recently translated 16th century Flemish merchant's ledger that contained a passing reference to the specific mineral source for the azure pigment Bruegel favored in his later works, a unique or from a now collapsed mine in the Tyrolean Alps, known for its specific trace elements. The blue in the Bruegel she was examining, while visually flawless and chemically consistent with period pigments, carried an almost imperceptible vibrational difference, a resonance that only her unparalleled knowledge of that minute historical detail could even register. The specific trace mineral signature, when she finally managed to run a microscopic spectroscopic analysis in secret, simply wasn't quite right for the specific Tyrolean source. It was from a period-appropriate but different source. Eleanor didn't immediately alert the authorities. Her pursuit was academic, a quiet, almost obsessive desire to understand how such a masterpiece could be so utterly convincing, yet possess this one infinitesimal flaw. She began to subtly investigate the provenance, the seemingly miraculous discovery, tracing the quiet network of intermediaries, not looking for a criminal, but for an artist who could be this brilliant and yet make such a singular, almost undetectable intellectual slip. She used her academic connections, posing hypothetical questions, probing the art market's discreet underbelly, until she slowly began to piece together the identity of the artisan and the quiet, sophisticated network that facilitated his creations. Elias Thorne's empire didn't collapse with a dramatic raid. His undoing came via a single, elegantly understated message left by Eleanor with a mutual, albeit unwitting, contact, a highly respected but ethically flexible art dealer who had facilitated the Bruegel sale. The message was simply, "The Tyrolean blue is exquisite, but its heart beats with the wrong mountain." Elias received the cryptic note and understood its chilling implications immediately. The game was over. He quietly dismantled his studio, destroying every remaining tool, every pigment, every half-finished canvas. He vanished as discreetly as he had operated, leaving behind only the ghost of his legend and the perfectly imperfect Bruegel, a testament to his genius and the quiet, relentless precision of a single art historian. The question of whether he ever painted again, or if he merely became another lost master, remains an enduring whisper in the hallowed halls of art history. A faded photograph, tucked into an old family Bible, showed a stern-faced man in a tailored suit, surrounded by smiling children and a beaming wife. He was a pillar of the community, a benevolent and respected patriarch, yet behind the gentle eyes lay a network of hidden connections and a question gnawed at the edges of the truth. How could a man so dedicated to charity also be the architect of a silent, ruthless empire of fear? From 1947 to the early 1970s, in a quiet, industrial city in the American Midwest, Joseph the Benefactor Moretti was an institution. His public face was that of a successful real estate developer and generous philanthropist, his name gracing hospital wings and public parks. He hosted lavish charity balls, sat on numerous civic boards, and was celebrated for his contributions to the city's growth. Yet, beneath this veneer of upstanding citizenship, Joseph had perfected the art of soft coercion, building an empire not through overt violence, but through a pervasive system of quiet control and strategic dependency. Joseph's criminal strategies were built on an intimate understanding of human needs and vulnerabilities. He offered loans to struggling businesses at seemingly reasonable rates, only to subtly insert clauses that allowed him to gradually assume control of their operations or demand unspoken favors. He provided protection to small shop owners, not from rival gangs, but from the unseen complications that might arise if they refused his offer, perhaps a sudden, inexplicable permit issue, a slow but steady decline in customer traffic, or an unexpected visit from health inspectors. He controlled local unions through proxies, ensuring that essential services could be quietly disrupted or expedited based on his subtle directives. This wasn't racketeering in the traditional sense. It was a form of economic entanglement, where loyalty was bought with convenience and dissent was met with quiet, bureaucratic strangulation. His reach extended into local politics, where he cultivated a stable of indebted officials. These were not corrupt figures in the traditional sense, but individuals who had, at some point, benefited from Joseph's generosity. A timely loan for a campaign, a discreet favor for a family member, or strategic real estate deals that enriched their associates. These favors weren't demanded, but subtly leveraged, ensuring that zoning changes went his way, public contracts favored his construction firms, and any nascent investigation into his more opaque dealings quietly dissolved. The syndicate he fronted dealt in legitimate-looking ventures, with the illicit profits from his soft coercion schemes and an extensive, low-key gambling network being meticulously laundered through his real estate holdings. He bought dilapidated buildings, renovated them with inflated costs, and sold them at a profit, making the illicit gains appear as legitimate development income. The true genius of Joseph was that his victims rarely felt like victims. They simply felt like they had made a deal, one that perhaps didn't quite work out in their favor, but a deal nonetheless. The first thread of unraveling was pulled not by law enforcement, but by a frustrated, small-town reporter named Clara Jenkins. Clara was working on a series about local economic development, and she kept encountering the same name, Joseph Moretti, linked to nearly every major project, every significant loan, and every charity drive. It wasn't the number of connections that bothered her, but the uniformity, the almost too perfect flow of capital, and the quiet resignation of business owners when his name was mentioned. She heard whispers of problems that seemed to disappear after a meeting with Joseph, of small businesses that withered after refusing a helping hand. Clara wasn't looking for a crime lord. She was looking for a story about local power dynamics. Her investigation began with meticulous financial sleuthing, focusing on the small, almost insignificant transactions, the low-interest loans that somehow never seemed to be fully repaid. the discrete property transfers that seemed to benefit only Joseph's associates. She noticed that the seemingly disparate strands of his public benevolence and his business dealings formed an intricate web of quiet control, a system of dependencies that subtly choked out competition and enforced loyalty. The moment it all unraveled wasn't a dramatic arrest, but a slow, agonizing exposure in the local newspaper. Clara published a series of articles, meticulously documenting the interconnectedness of Joseph's loans, his political contributions, his charitable giving, and the quiet failures of those who stood in his way. She didn't accuse him of specific crimes. She simply laid bare the pattern, the system of his influence. She highlighted instances where businesses that declined his assistance faced inexplicable bureaucratic hurdles, or where rivals for public contracts mysteriously withdrew their bids. The series, titled The Quiet Hand, didn't lead to a direct prosecution for racketeering or violence. Instead, it eroded his most vital asset, his reputation. The public, once adoring, began to see the carefully constructed facade for what it was, a benevolent dictatorship. His political allies, sensing a shift in public opinion, slowly distanced themselves. His business partners, fearing public scrutiny, began to withdraw. Joseph Moretti was never formally charged with being a gangster, but the quiet, persistent truth laid bare by a diligent reporter dismantled his empire brick by painstaking brick. His power had been built on silence and deference. Once exposed to the light, it simply dissolved, leaving behind only the lingering question of how many others still operate in the quiet shadows, unnoticed and unchallenged. The vintage Mercedes-Benz, pristine and polished, sat incongruously outside a dilapidated East Berlin apartment building in the early 1980s. Its sudden appearance, a relic of Western luxury in a city starved of such comforts, raised eyebrows. But who would dare connect such an emblem of capitalist decadence to the grim, efficient machinery of the Stasi? And how did a simple car lead to the unmasking of a sophisticated smuggling ring? In the shadows of the Berlin Wall, where suspicion was a currency and every whisper could be a betrayal, Comrade Viktor Volkov held an unusual position. Officially, he was a mid-level functionary within a state-owned export-import agency, a man of unremarkable appearance and even less remarkable duties. Unofficially, he was the architect of an ingenious and highly lucrative smuggling operation, exploiting the very system designed to control every aspect of life in the German Democratic Republic. His brilliance lay in turning socialist bureaucracy against itself, leveraging complex import quotas, state-sanctioned trade agreements, and even diplomatic pouches to traffic in forbidden luxuries, Western currency, blue jeans, rock music records, and even sought-after Western medications. Victor's strategy was not about brute force or intimidation. It was about infiltration and calculated risk. He understood the desperate craving for Western goods among the populace, a desire that transcended ideology. He built a network of seemingly loyal party members, customs officials, and even foreign diplomats who, for a cut of the immense profits, turned a blind eye or actively facilitated the movement of goods. The Mercedes-Benz was merely a symbol, one of many, quietly brought in under the guise of official diplomatic use or as reparations from West Germany, only to be resold on the black market at exorbitant prices. The money was then meticulously laundered through inflated state-to-state transactions for mundane goods, with the difference siphoned off and routed into Swiss bank accounts. His methods relied on deep knowledge of the system's weaknesses, the slow pace of bureaucratic approvals, the general inefficiency of state-run enterprises, and the pervasive culture of petty corruption that allowed minor deviations to be overlooked for a small personal gain. Victor would orchestrate deals for essential equipment from the West, intentionally over-invoicing by a small percentage, or declaring a slightly different, lower-value item than what was actually shipped. The difference, unseen on the official books, was his profit. He also leveraged the burgeoning cultural exchange programs, using official delegations as unwitting mules, their luggage often containing more than just souvenirs. The first crack in Victor's meticulously crafted facade came not from a direct investigation, but from a growing suspicion within the Stasi's own ranks, specifically from a young, ambitious officer named Klaus Richter. Klaus was not focused on smuggling. His initial assignment was to investigate a minor breach in state-controlled media, a sudden, inexplicable proliferation of illegal Western music tapes among university students. He began to trace the distribution chain, which quickly led him to an unexpected source: the same state import agency where Victor worked. Klaus, with a quiet intensity, started noticing small anomalies. The music tapes, he discovered, were often packaged alongside innocuous-looking spare parts imported for state machinery. He began to cross-reference these spare parts with official import logs and realized that certain shipments seemed disproportionately large for the actual machinery they were supposedly for. He also noted the curious prevalence of high-value Western goods, from designer clothes to rare books, appearing amongst the families of certain mid-level functionaries, far beyond their official salaries. The Mercedes-Benz, appearing repeatedly near the same apartment block, became a tangible symbol of this hidden discrepancy. Klaus quietly observed. He noticed the same driver delivering seemingly random parcels to different apartments, all connected to the import agency. He began to track the car's movements, compiling a meticulous log that revealed a pattern of covert deliveries, far removed from any official duties. The moment it all unraveled for Victor was not a dramatic confrontation, but a quiet, early morning visit from Klaus and a small team of Stasi officers. They didn't kick down doors or wave weapons. They simply presented Victor with a meticulously detailed ledger, compiled by Klaus, cross-referencing import records, black market sales prices, and the movements of the Mercedes-Benz. It showed the true value of the goods Victor had been importing, the actual destination of those goods, and the staggering sums of Western currency that had vanished into private accounts. It was an undeniable, irrefutable map of his entire operation, drawn not with accusations, but with facts. Viktor Volkov's sophisticated system was brought down not by a single act of violence, but by the relentless, methodical, and almost invisible work of a young officer who simply paid too much attention to the subtle anomalies in a tightly controlled society. He was never publicly tried, his downfall quietly erased from official records to avoid exposing the deeper systemic vulnerabilities he had so expertly exploited. His meticulously laundered wealth was confiscated, and the Mercedes-Benz, that shining beacon of Western excess, was quietly repurposed for official use, a silent trophy of the system's relentless, if sometimes slow, victory over its internal threats. His story served as a chilling reminder that even in a world obsessed with control, true power often lies in the shadows, and its unraveling can be as quiet as a key turning in a lock. The old lighthouse, a stoic sentinel against the relentless Atlantic winds off the coast of Maine, had stood for over a century, a beacon of safety for countless mariners. Yet its remote, craggy isolation made it the perfect, albeit unlikely, nerve center for a massive transatlantic illicit trade network. How could such a lonely structure become the hidden fulcrum of an international criminal enterprise? And what secret signal finally brought its silent reign to an end? In the quiet, fog-shrouded coves of coastal Maine, during the late 1990s and early 2000s, Captain Silas Blackwood was a local legend, a man of the sea, with weathered hands and eyes that perpetually scanned the horizon. He was ostensibly the caretaker of the decommissioned Black Rock Lighthouse. In reality, Silas was the unassuming linchpin of an extensive smuggling operation that stretched from the rugged coasts of Europe to the hidden inlets of North America. His business wasn't about drugs or weapons. It was far more insidious and less overtly violent. The trafficking of illicit tobacco, counterfeit pharmaceuticals, and, most lucratively, untaxed alcohol, a silent tide of contraband washing ashore, eroding national economies one untaxed bottle at a time. Silas's criminal strategy was built on an intricate understanding of maritime routes, weather patterns, and, most crucially, human psychology. He exploited the very vastness and unpredictable nature of the ocean, using old fishing trawlers and repurposed cargo ships to meet larger vessels far out at sea, transferring goods under the cover of darkness and foul weather. The lighthouse, with its commanding view of the treacherous coastline, served as his strategic lookout and communications hub. It was equipped with sophisticated, long-range satellite equipment disguised as antique radio gear, allowing him to coordinate movements with his European partners and monitor Coast Guard patrols without detection. His network was a testament to soft coercion and deeply ingrained local loyalties. Fishermen, struggling to make ends meet, were offered lucrative side jobs, offloading packages under the guise of legitimate cargo. Small-town mechanics provided repairs to vessels that arrived suspiciously empty and departed suspiciously heavy. Corrupt dock officials were paid not to ask questions, or to simply ensure certain manifests were lost. The beauty of Silas's operation was its near invisibility. The contraband moved in small, manageable batches, integrated seamlessly into the daily ebb and flow of legitimate maritime traffic. The payments were always in cash, often routed through obscure, island-based accounts, then subtly woven into legitimate local businesses, fisheries, boat repair shops, even a small, struggling tourist resort. The illicit alcohol, brought in from distilleries in Eastern Europe, was bottled and labeled with fake American brands, then distributed through a network of independent liquor stores and underground clubs, avoiding millions in excise taxes. Counterfeit medications, often ineffective or dangerous, found their way into desperate communities seeking cheaper alternatives. It was a phantom economy, running parallel to the legitimate one, enriching Silas and his syndicate while undermining public safety and government revenue. The first ripple of disruption came not from law enforcement, but from a small, specialized unit of the Treasury Department focused on excise tax evasion. Agent Lena Petrova, a sharp, quietly determined investigator, was tracing a peculiar trend. A sudden, significant dip in alcohol excise tax revenue in certain coastal regions of New England, disproportionate to economic downturns or changes in consumption habits. Her initial focus was on large-scale distributors, but her data kept pointing to smaller, independent retailers and, curiously, a cluster of addresses near the Maine coast, all linked by unusual, infrequent, but substantial cash deliveries from seemingly disparate sources. Lena wasn't looking for a gangster in the traditional sense. She was following money, or rather, the absence of money in the tax coffers. She noticed a pattern of old fishing trawlers, registered to struggling local companies, making unusually long voyages for their declared catch, or returning with suspiciously large fuel consumption for their reported activities. The Black Rock Lighthouse, due to its remote location and sporadic, unofficial communication signals detected by satellite monitoring, which Lena's unit was quietly experimenting with, became a point of interest. The signals were not from official maritime traffic, but subtle, coded bursts of data. The moment it all unraveled for Silas was not a dramatic raid on the lighthouse. It was far more subtle, a quiet, almost imperceptible shift in the environment. Lena, through careful analysis of shipping manifests and obscure port logs, identified a specific pattern of incoming vessels, linked to the sporadic satellite signals from the lighthouse. She noted that these signals often corresponded with periods of low visibility or approaching storms, perfect conditions for clandestine transfers. She also discovered that the lighthouse's caretaker, Silas, had an unusually robust financial profile for his declared income, including ownership of several local businesses that consistently reported cash-heavy transactions, slightly below the threshold for automatic federal scrutiny. The final stroke came when Lena noticed a peculiar, almost artistic, flare in the data bursts from the lighthouse. A unique, irregular pulse embedded within the digital signal, like a signature. She realized it was a subtle, almost unnoticeable numerical encryption pattern. Lena, collaborating with a former NSA cryptographer, managed to decode a series of these signals. They weren't just coordinates. They were detailed manifests, financial transfers, and coded instructions for rendezvous points. The silent signal, meant to be undetectable, became the direct evidence of the network. Silas Blackwood's empire didn't collapse in a hail of gunfire. It dissolved with the quiet certainty of undeniable data. Lena's unit didn't storm the lighthouse. They simply presented Silas with a complete, irrefutable record of his transmissions, his offshore accounts, and the detailed logistics of his entire operation. His network was too dependent on secrecy and the exploitation of vulnerabilities. Once exposed, its delicate balance shattered. Silas, facing irrefutable proof, knew the game was over. He was quietly arrested, and the lighthouse, once a clandestine beacon for a vast criminal enterprise, returned to its silent vigil, a stark reminder that even the most remote and unassuming places can harbor the darkest secrets, and that even the most subtle whispers can be heard if one listens closely enough. A seemingly innocuous glitch in a popular online gaming platform, causing a momentary freeze during a high-stakes virtual poker tournament, was quickly dismissed by most players as a minor technical hiccup. But for a highly specialized team of cybercrime investigators, this wasn't just a bug. It was a digital breadcrumb. But how could a single, fleeting network disruption expose a vast, intricate web of online illicit gambling and money laundering hidden beneath layers of digital anonymity? In the early 2010s, in the sprawling, interconnected landscape of the dark web, the architect, known only by the handle Cypher King, operated with an almost ethereal anonymity. No one knew his real name, his location, or even his gender. What was known, however, was his unparalleled genius for creating impenetrable digital networks and his quiet dominance over a sophisticated, global online illicit gambling syndicate. This wasn't about backroom poker games. It was about highly encrypted virtual casinos, anonymous cryptocurrency transactions, and sophisticated algorithms designed to evade detection, all cloaked beneath layers of legitimate-looking online activities, including popular gaming platforms. Cypher King's strategy was built on the principle of distributed and decentralized control. He didn't run a single website. He managed a constellation of interlinked, ephemeral platforms that appeared and vanished with dizzying speed. He leveraged cutting-edge encryption, quantum-resistant algorithms, and an intimate understanding of global financial regulations, or rather, their loopholes. His network processed billions in untraceable cryptocurrency, converting it through a maze of tumbling services and darknet mixers before subtly funneling it into seemingly legitimate investments in tech startups, online advertising firms, and even digital art NFTs. The actual gambling platforms themselves were a marvel of digital engineering. User-friendly interfaces, secure betting systems, and a vast array of games that attracted high rollers from every corner of the globe. The illicit nature came from the lack of licensing, the absence of regulatory oversight, and the direct, untaxed flow of funds that bypassed traditional banking systems. Cypher King's power lay in his ability to maintain absolute anonymity for himself and his key associates, ensuring that even if one node of the network was compromised, the core remained untouched. He used soft coercion in the digital realm, subtly leveraging stolen data or exposing embarrassing online activities of individuals who posed a threat, ensuring compliance without ever making direct contact. The first hint of this digital empire emerged not from an FBI cybercrime unit, but from a small, independent group of net detectives, ethical hackers, and data analysts who volunteered their time to track large-scale financial anomalies for nonprofits. They were primarily focused on uncovering online fraud and scams, but a peculiar pattern of high-volume, low-value cryptocurrency transactions originating from seemingly disparate gaming accounts but converging on a handful of untraceable digital wallets, caught their attention. This was the source of the glitch in the poker tournament. It wasn't a bug. It was a fleeting moment where Cypher King's network, in the process of rapidly rerouting a massive influx of betting funds, experienced a microsecond delay as a new, highly complex encryption layer was deployed. It was a digital heartbeat that, to the trained ear of a net detective, sounded just slightly out of rhythm. One of these detectives, a brilliant but unassuming coder named Anya Sharma, fixated on this anomaly. She reasoned that such a sophisticated yet momentary disruption could only be the result of an equally sophisticated and perhaps illicit underlying system. Anya began her quiet, relentless pursuit. She didn't have law enforcement authority. She had raw analytical power and an insatiable curiosity. She didn't look for criminals. She looked for patterns, for anomalies in the digital noise. She cross-referenced the unique digital signature of the glitch with known encryption methods, with patterns of cryptocurrency flow, and with the ephemeral lifespan of certain disposable websites that briefly hosted high-stakes online games. She noted how seemingly random transactions, once stripped of their encryption, revealed a meticulously orchestrated network of money laundering, where virtual poker chips were the perfect camouflage for dirty money. The moment it all unraveled for Cypher King was not a dramatic raid on a server farm. It was the quiet, almost invisible unmasking of his digital signature. Anya, after months of patient analysis, developed a unique algorithm that could detect the ghost of Cypher King's specific encryption style, even after his servers were taken down and his digital footprints erased. She discovered a series of seemingly unrelated digital properties, a minor cryptocurrency exchange, a seemingly legitimate online art gallery, and a niche tech blog, all sharing a subtle, identical, and highly complex piece of underlying code. This code was the architect's fingerprint, a unique, almost artistic signature hidden deep within the matrix. Anya provided her findings, anonymously, to Interpol's fledgling cybercrime division. They didn't target Cypher King directly. Instead, they used Anya's algorithm to quietly dismantle the infrastructure of the associated legitimate businesses that were serving as the final laundering points, freezing assets and seizing servers without ever directly accusing the architect. Cypher King's empire didn't collapse with a bang, but with a series of quiet, targeted digital seizures that rendered his network financially useless. He vanished from the dark web, his legendary anonymity perhaps preserved, but his empire irrevocably shattered, a chilling testament to the fact that even in the vast, seemingly boundless expanse of the internet, no secret is truly safe from the quiet persistence of a determined digital sleuth. A seemingly ordinary commercial fishing vessel, the Sea Serpent, routinely docked in the small, picturesque harbor of Palermo in the late 1960s, its holds ostensibly full of the day's fresh catch. Yet, local fishermen often whispered of its unusually quiet departures and its uncanny ability to navigate treacherous waters, even in the thickest fog, leading one to wonder, how could a humble fishing boat become the central conduit for a sophisticated, global human trafficking operation, and what unexpected human connection finally caused its carefully constructed facade to crumble? In the sun-drenched, ancient alleys of Palermo, during a period when the Mafia's influence was as deeply ingrained as the stone itself, Vincenzo the Navigator Ricci was a man of quiet authority. He owned a small fleet of fishing vessels, a fish processing plant, and a series of seemingly legitimate seafood export businesses. To the public, he was a successful entrepreneur, contributing to the local economy. In the shadowy underworld, however, Vincenzo was the architect of an extensive human trafficking network, exploiting the desperation of migrants from North Africa and Eastern Europe, ferrying them across the Mediterranean for exorbitant fees, promising a new life in Europe or even America, only to deliver them into servitude or exploitation. Vincenzo's criminal strategy was built on a chilling blend of calculated risk and ruthless efficiency. He leveraged the sea serpent and other vessels, using their legitimate fishing activities as a perfect cover. Migrants, often hidden in cramped, suffocating compartments beneath tons of ice and fish, were transported across international waters. Upon arrival, they were not set free, but handed over to various organized crime syndicates, forced into labor in agriculture, construction, or illicit enterprises, effectively becoming modern-day indentured servants. The money from these operations, vast sums often paid in advance by desperate families, was meticulously laundered through his seafood empire. Inflated invoices for non-existent fish exports, phantom fishing hauls, and the sale of legitimate seafood at artificially high prices to shell corporations he controlled. His power stemmed not from overt violence, but from a pervasive network of corruption that stretched from port authorities who turned a blind eye to customs officials who stamped false documents. He held sway over desperate communities through a chilling combination of promises and subtle threats, ensuring that no one dared to speak out against the benevolent navigator who provided a slim, often illusory, hope of escape. He provided loans to families, securing their future payment by holding relatives hostage, a form of financial and emotional blackmail that ensured compliance. The first tremor in Vincenzo's empire came not from law enforcement, but from the unexpected conscience of a young, idealistic doctor named Isabella Moretti. Isabella, working in a clinic near the docks, began noticing a pattern of new patients, migrants who showed signs of severe dehydration, malnourishment, and, most disturbingly, injuries consistent with prolonged confinement in cramped spaces. They were always accompanied by guides who spoke for them, their eyes betraying a profound fear. The guides often paid in cash with old, worn banknotes, and their stories about how these migrants had arrived were always vague, almost rehearsed. Isabella wasn't looking for a criminal network. She was looking for answers to the quiet suffering she witnessed. She noticed that many of these new patients shared a common, subtle detail: a faint, almost imperceptible discoloration on their skin, a unique residue left by the kind of non-toxic, food-grade coolant used in commercial fishing vessels, particularly those that transported fresh fish on ice. This seemingly insignificant detail, combined with their shared physical ailments and fear, piqued her quiet suspicion. Her quiet investigation began with meticulous observation. She started noting which fishing boats were in port when these patients appeared, paying particular attention to the sea serpent, which seemed to align with the arrival of the most vulnerable and silent individuals. She discreetly observed the guides, noting their interactions, their subtle displays of control, and their casual familiarity with members of the port authority. Isabella, posing as a medical researcher interested in migrant health trends, began collecting anonymous data, carefully documenting the number of such cases, their physical symptoms, and the vague, unsettling narratives that accompanied their arrival. The moment it all unraveled for Vincenzo was not a high-speed chase on the open sea, but a quiet, almost imperceptible betrayal. Isabella, through her medical work, formed a fragile trust with a young, terrified migrant woman who, after receiving compassionate care, finally whispered a single, chilling detail about her journey: the suffocating darkness, the smell of fish and ice, and the distinct, rhythmic hum of the sea serpent's engines. This wasn't enough for an arrest, but it confirmed Isabella's suspicions. Isabella, unable to go to the local authorities she suspected were compromised, contacted a small, independent human rights organization in Rome, providing them with her meticulous medical data, her observations, and the single, terrifying testimony. The organization, recognizing the gravity of the patterns, discreetly alerted a specialized unit of the Italian National Police, far removed from local influence. They didn't storm the sea serpent with sirens blaring. Instead, they waited. They gathered intelligence, using satellite imagery to track the sea serpent's unusual rendezvous points at sea, cross-referencing its movements with known migrant departure zones and the sudden appearance of new, vulnerable laborers in various regions. They noted the carefully laundered money flowing through Vincenzo's fish businesses. The sea serpent was finally interdicted not on a high-seas chase, but when it entered a specific, isolated port known for its lax oversight, a port Vincenzo believed was still under his control. The authorities, acting on the precise information gleaned from Isabella's quiet persistence and the migrant woman's whispered truth, were waiting. The hold of the sea serpent was opened, revealing not just fish, but dozens of terrified human beings. Vincenzo Ricci's empire didn't collapse with a dramatic explosion of violence. It dissolved with the quiet certainty of undeniable evidence, compiled by a compassionate doctor who simply refused to ignore the silent suffering beneath the surface. He was quietly arrested, his vast network of corruption and exploitation exposed by the very individuals he sought to control. The sea serpent was seized, no longer a vessel of illicit transport, but a silent testament to the insidious nature of human trafficking and the profound impact of a single act of courage. A solitary, oversized chessboard, tucked away in the back room of a quaint Parisian cafe in the late 1940s, was a curious anomaly amidst the clatter of coffee cups and hushed conversations. Patrons occasionally watched the cafe owner, a reserved man named Maurice Dubois, engage in intense, silent games with an ever-changing roster of equally taciturn opponents. It seemed a harmless pastime, yet it sparked a question. How could the intricate moves of a chess game mask the quiet, strategic dismantling of post-war European wealth, and what seemingly insignificant error in a single move exposed the mastermind behind it? In the immediate aftermath of World War II, as Europe grappled with rebuilding its shattered economies, Maurice Dubois operated with an almost invisible precision from his unassuming cafe. Known to a select few as the Grandmaster, he orchestrated a sophisticated black market for rare goods, pre-war valuables, and crucially stolen Nazi gold and looted art, not through brute force, but through an intricate network of quiet deals and carefully manipulated currency exchanges. His cafe was merely a front, a neutral meeting ground where the real game was played. Maurice's criminal strategy was a masterclass in financial alchemy and psychological manipulation. He understood the desperate need for capital in a war-ravaged continent and the desire of many to discreetly offload assets without attracting attention. He specialized in soft coercion, leveraging hidden vulnerabilities, whispers of past collaborations, or the quiet threat of exposing wartime secrets to compel individuals to sell their assets at far below market value. The chess games were his true language. Each move on the board mirrored a transaction, a movement of goods, a transfer of funds, or a subtle message passed between silent partners. His opponents were the key players in his network, former resistance fighters turned opportunists, disillusioned government officials, and even aristocratic families desperate to liquidate their remaining valuables without public scrutiny. The gold and art, spirited away from various hiding places across occupied Europe, were meticulously cleaned through a process of historical obfuscation and discreet sales to private collectors in neutral countries. Maurice would arrange for seemingly legitimate art dealers to rediscover lost masterpieces or for Swiss banks to process large, untraceable deposits under the guise of post-war reconstruction funds. His genius lay in his ability to make illicit gains appear as part of the chaotic, yet legitimate, reordering of Europe's economy. The first hint of this meticulously constructed empire came not from a police investigation, but from a persistent, sharp-witted journalist named Geneviève Dubois, no relation, who was researching an article on the surprisingly robust resilience of Paris's black market. Geneviève was drawn to the cafe by a tip about an unusually high number of foreign dignitaries and wealthy individuals frequenting such an unremarkable establishment. She was a keen observer of human behavior, and the silent intensity of the chess games, combined with the often nervous demeanor of Maurice's opponents, struck her as highly unusual for a casual pastime. Geneviève wasn't looking for a criminal. She was looking for a compelling story about post-war underground economies. She began to subtly observe the cafe's patrons, noticing that Morris's chess opponents were often individuals whose names subtly reappeared in obscure financial filings. She was tracing records of shell companies, transfers of assets, or discrete auctions of pre-war valuables. She realized that the chess moves weren't just for entertainment. They were coded conversations, a silent language understood only by those deeply embedded in the network. Her quiet investigation began with piecing together the subtle signals. A knight's move to a specific square might signify a new shipment of gold. A pawn advancement, a currency exchange rate, and a queen's sacrifice, a large-scale transfer. She started to map the patterns, noticing that the games often ended abruptly after a critical move, or that players would arrive with one set of expressions and leave with another entirely. The moment it all unraveled for Maurice was not a dramatic raid, but a single, subtle error made by one of his less experienced partners during a crucial game. Maurice, in his usual calm demeanor, had made a specific move that signaled the arrival of a large, highly sensitive art shipment. His partner, under pressure, responded with a slightly incorrect countermove, a minor deviation from the prearranged code. To the casual observer, it was just a poor chess decision. To Genevieve, who had spent weeks meticulously observing and learning the language of the board, it was a discordant note, a misplaced word in a secret conversation. This tiny error, a false move on the chessboard, led Genevieve to focus on the specific art shipment that was implied by the correct move. She discreetly followed the partner from the cafe, observing his subsequent movements, which led her to a hidden warehouse on the outskirts of Paris, where the art, much of it looted during the war, was being temporarily stored before being laundered through various auction houses. Genevieve didn't storm the warehouse. She quietly informed a highly trusted anti-corruption unit within the French Charite, providing them with her meticulously compiled observations and the decoded language of the chessboard. Maurice Dubois's empire didn't collapse with a grand explosion. It dissolved with the quiet precision of a well-played endgame. The Charite, acting on Genevieve's intelligence, moved swiftly and discreetly, seizing the art and freezing the associated bank accounts, all without ever directly accusing Maurice in a public spectacle. He was quietly arrested, his sophisticated network dismantled, exposed not by a dramatic chase or a violent confrontation, but by the intellectual prowess of a journalist who understood that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are hidden in plain sight, in the silent, strategic movements of a game of chess. The cafe, stripped of its hidden purpose, returned to being just a cafe, a quiet reminder that even in the most serene settings, grand and illicit strategies can unfold, revealed only by the sharpest of observers. A perfectly executed corporate takeover, hailed in financial journals as a masterclass in strategic acquisition, left an uncomfortable silence in its wake, a chilling emptiness that belied the public celebration. How could such a seemingly brilliant business strategy be a front for something far more sinister? And what was the true, quiet cost of such cold, calculated dominance? In the gleaming skyscrapers of 1980s New York City, Julian Thorne, often referred to as the executive, cut an impressive figure. As the sharp-suited head of Thorne Acquisitions, he was a name whispered with a mix of awe and trepidation in boardrooms across the nation. His firm specialized in mergers and acquisitions, with a particular knack for identifying undervalued companies ripe for restructuring. Publicly, he was lauded as a visionary, a man who could turn failing enterprises into profitable ventures. Privately, Julian was a master of a new kind of criminal enterprise, one that wielded balance sheets instead of firearms and leveraged financial vulnerability over physical intimidation. Julian's rise was built on a chillingly detached intellectual approach to corporate prey. He didn't engage in typical racketeering. His method was far more insidious, corporate asset stripping disguised as legitimate M&A. He targeted mid-sized, often family-owned businesses that were struggling or had valuable underutilized assets, be it prime real estate, proprietary software, or a loyal customer base. His offers were always just generous enough to entice owners weary of battle, but the terms of the deals were meticulously crafted to leave them with little recourse once the ink was dry. Once a company was acquired, Julian would swiftly move to liquidate its most valuable physical assets, selling them at inflated prices to a network of shell corporations he secretly controlled. The legitimate cash flow of the acquired business would then be siphoned off through complex, fabricated invoicing for consulting services or management fees to these same shell entities. Meanwhile, the original company would be loaded with fraudulent debt, its assets mortgaged to the hilt before being declared bankrupt, leaving the former owners and often unsuspecting banks holding a worthless shell while the true value had already been meticulously extracted and laundered through his intricate web of offshore accounts and legitimate reinvestments in new tech ventures or commercial properties. His soft coercion was the threat of financial ruin. If an owner resisted his offer, or a key employee threatened to expose his methods, Julian didn't send thugs. He deployed his team of highly aggressive corporate lawyers, initiating a flurry of lawsuits, spreading damaging rumors in the financial press, or subtly manipulating stock prices to devalue the target company, forcing capitulation through overwhelming legal and financial pressure. It was a silent, relentless war fought in courtrooms and stock exchanges. The first faint tremor in Julian's meticulously constructed edifice came from an unexpected quarter. Evelyn Reed, a junior internal auditor at a major commercial bank that had financed several of Thorne Acquisition's recent deals. Evelyn was not looking for a criminal mastermind. She was simply obsessed with anomalies in financial data. She noticed a peculiar pattern. Many of the companies Thorne acquired, despite their public promise of restructuring, seemed to swiftly liquidate their core physical assets, followed by surprisingly fast and often opaque resales or repurposings. This defied typical M&A strategies focused on long-term growth and synergy. Evelyn, driven by a quiet, almost obsessive need for numbers to add up, began pulling at these threads. Why were profitable product lines abruptly shut down? Why were prime real estate assets consistently sold below market value to obscure trusts, only to resurface at higher values under different, yet seemingly connected ownership? She traced the labyrinthine flow of funds, noticing that many of the companies Thorne acquired quickly became hollow shells, or their assets were mortgaged to the hilt. Then the original company was bankrupted, leaving the bank holding worthless paper, while the underlying value had already been extracted. The crucial detail that truly began the unraveling was Evelyn's discovery of a recurring, subtle pattern. Companies acquired by Thorne Acquisitions often had unique, but difficult to trace, intangible assets, specific intellectual property, proprietary software, a unique customer database that mysteriously vanished or were transferred before the public-facing asset stripping began. She realized these intangible assets were being quietly funneled to other, seemingly unrelated, legitimate businesses also controlled by Julian. He wasn't just stripping assets. He was stealing the core intellectual capital, using it to establish new, profitable ventures with stolen ideas, while leaving the original companies as empty shells for fraudulent loans. Evelyn didn't confront Julian. She quietly compiled her findings, not as accusations of racketeering, but as a comprehensive financial report to her superiors. It detailed a consistent pattern of highly unusual, financially destructive acquisitions that seemed specifically designed to extract specific, often intangible value while leaving behind insolvent entities and substantial debt. The bank, facing the specter of massive regulatory penalties and devastating reputational damage, quietly launched its own internal investigation, which corroborated Evelyn's findings, then shared the report with federal regulators. Julian Thorne's downfall was not a dramatic arrest captured on camera, but a quiet, devastating collapse of his financial empire. His credit lines were summarily frozen, his pending deals were halted, and his network of legitimate businesses faced intense, simultaneous audits. He was never publicly tried for being a traditional gangster, but rather for a cascade of complex financial frauds, insider trading, and corporate malfeasance. His power, built entirely on the illusion of corporate legitimacy and the quiet manipulation of financial systems, simply evaporated when the intricate web of numbers no longer added up. His story became a chilling testament to how the most dangerous predators can wear tailored suits, and their most potent weapons can be balance sheets, leaving a lingering question about what other quiet, powerful forces operate undetected, hiding in plain sight within the seemingly legitimate folds of the financial world. The antique clock shop on a quiet street in Florence, 1955, with its charming chime echoing through the cobblestone alleyways, seemed utterly harmless, a place where time itself was meticulously repaired. Yet, a peculiar trend of rare, pre-war German timepieces appearing for sale at suspiciously low prices puzzled local collectors, prompting a silent question. How could such an artisanal front conceal a sophisticated network for smuggling historical artifacts, and what single, almost imperceptible detail in a seemingly perfect antique finally led to its quiet exposure? In the heart of Renaissance Florence, amidst a city steeped in art and history, Marco, the chronometer Rossi, presented himself as a meticulous and passionate horologist, a master craftsman restoring antique clocks. His shop, Il Tempo Antico, was a sanctuary for timepieces, drawing collectors and enthusiasts from across Europe. Beneath this veneer of quiet artistry, however, Marco was the central orchestrator of an illicit trade in stolen and smuggled historical artifacts, particularly those looted during World War II, leveraging the intricate world of antique restoration as a perfect cover. Marco's criminal strategy was one of extreme subtlety and deep historical knowledge. He didn't deal in stolen paintings or sculptures that would attract immediate high-profile attention. Instead, he specialized in smaller, less conspicuous, but equally valuable items. Antique maps, rare scientific instruments, precious manuscripts, and, of course, the German timepieces that were his specialty. Many of these items had been taken during the war, their provenance deliberately obscured. He used his reputation as a respected restorer to acquire these items, often at greatly reduced prices from individuals who were either unaware of their true value or desperate to offload them without scrutiny. His network was built on discreet contacts. Disaffected former soldiers who had found treasures during the war, private collectors with lax ethical standards, and corrupt customs officials across Europe who overlooked his carefully packaged shipments. The timepieces, meticulously disassembled and reassembled, were the perfect vehicle for smuggling. Smaller artifacts could be hidden within their hollow casings or behind false clock faces. The money from these sales, often in untraceable cash, was then laundered through inflated invoices for restoration work, phantom sales of common antiques, and discreet investments in local craft workshops he secretly controlled. He employed soft coercion by subtly threatening to expose the past of individuals who dealt with him, ensuring their silence and continued cooperation. The first ripple of suspicion came not from law enforcement, but from Dr. Alistair Finch, no relation to the silk merchant, a British academic and an authority on 18th century German horology, who was visiting Florence on a research sabbatical. Alistair was browsing Il Tempo Antico when he noticed a rare pocket watch, a specific model he had previously believed to be unique, displayed casually amongst other pieces. Its apparent twin, which he had studied years earlier, was known to be held in a private German collection and was supposedly one of a kind. The price, too, was surprisingly low for such an artifact. Alistair wasn't looking for a criminal. He was seeking intellectual puzzles. He purchased the watch, not because he suspected anything immediately, but because its existence challenged a long-held academic belief about the provenance of a specific lineage of timepieces. Back in his hotel room, he began to meticulously examine the watch, comparing it to his detailed notes and photographs of the German original. The craftsmanship was flawless, the aging seemingly authentic. Yet, a nagging professional instinct persisted. The crucial detail that began the unraveling was almost invisible to the naked eye. Alistair, using a powerful jeweler's loupe, noticed a microscopic tool mark on the inner mechanism of the Florentine watch. It was a minutely different scratch pattern, almost imperceptible, from the one he knew belonged to the original 18th century German watchmaker. He cross-referenced this with known tool marks from various historical periods and found that the mark on Marco's watch was consistent with a specific type of engraving tool that only became widely available after the turn of the 20th century, long after the watch was supposedly made. This wasn't a crude fake. It was an incredibly sophisticated one, created or heavily altered in the modern era. Alistair didn't alert the police immediately. His primary goal was academic verification. He subtly cultivated a relationship with Marco, visiting the shop regularly under the guise of intellectual curiosity, engaging him in conversations about restoration techniques and historical manufacturing. He observed Marco's quiet, almost unblinking focus, his seemingly encyclopedic knowledge, and the curious procession of discreet individuals who visited the shop at odd hours, often leaving with nondescript packages. He also noticed that Marco seemed unusually eager to acquire specific types of seemingly ordinary, but historically displaced, items. The moment it all unraveled for Marco was not a dramatic confrontation, but the quiet presentation of incontrovertible academic proof. Alistair, having gathered enough subtle evidence, including microscopic photographic comparisons of other restored artifacts in Marco's shop that also bore the telltale modern tool marks, quietly approached a special unit of the Italian Carabinieri's Cultural Heritage Protection Command. He presented them with his detailed forensic horological analysis, demonstrating how the restoration was, in fact, an intricate process of redating and recontextualizing stolen historical artifacts, using genuine parts combined with modern alterations to bypass authentication. Marco Rossi's quiet empire didn't collapse with a bang. It dissolved with the silent precision of scientific evidence. The Carabinieri, acting on Alistair's meticulous findings, didn't raid il tempo antico. Instead, they conducted a quiet, comprehensive audit of his inventory, requesting detailed provenance for every item and cross-referencing his meticulous restoration logs with the specific tool mark analysis provided by Alistair. Faced with irrefutable proof that his restorations were actually an elaborate form of historical laundering, Marco quietly confessed, his facade of artistry crumbling under the weight of his own meticulous deceptions. The antique clock shop, once a charming front for a vast criminal enterprise, became a somber reminder that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are hidden in the ticking mechanisms of time itself, waiting for the quiet, discerning eye to find the single misplaced gear.